just so we can get everything sorted out here.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the somehow still continuing group stage of the Indian Premier League. And also somehow we're watching Punjab Kings and the Royal Challengers Bengaluru for more than the first time. We're live from sunny Sydenham, and I'm joined in the studio by, I think I'll go to Jack first because Bear is still trying to get technical things sorted out. We're joined from a few miles down the road by Jack Hope.
How you doing, Andy? Yeah, it's the two best teams in the IPL, and I'm excited to watch them again.
Well, at least it's not Lucknow again. And in the studio, trying to get everything sorted out here. Can you give us a quick hello, Bear?
Hello, Pete. I think I'm there.
We got there in the end. So, whatever you might say about this game, and it looks rather like a dead rubber, although Punjab can maybe technically...
What the fuck is Tone doing?
Yeah, can you stop fucking about the TV, Tony? And... Punjab Kings could win 4 out of 4 in theory and maybe qualify. RCB probably could not, but it's still a game of cricket. Or is it? People are asking, is it cricket we've been watching in the last few days?
Well, it's, it's bowling machines basically, isn't it, against the batters. It's like the man we spoke to on a podcast yesterday. Sixes. It seems that all that happens is sixes and boundaries.
Yesterday, that was happening for one team, but not the other.
Yes, true.
Anyway, let's have a look at this game today. Jack, can you take us through the Punjab Kings of comedy, their season so far, and perhaps their lineup, if you have it in front of you?
For Punjab, the season so far, it's another what could have been type season. They've won 4 of their 11 matches, which means they're all but eliminated, really, from contention for a playoff spot in this IPL. But they've been close in a fair number of matches, and because they're a bit shit, not being able to get across the line.
Yep.
And, that's what it is. I'll run through the team really quickly. It's Bairstow and Curran representing England, as well as Livingston.
And
actually.
Livingston, yep.
Prab Simran Singh, Riley Russo's in the 11, Shashank Singh, A.R. Sharma, which is Ashutosh Sharma, Rahul Chahar, Harshal Patel, Arshdeep Singh, and a new guy we've not seen yet, Kavarappa. So interesting to see what he brings to the table. I presume at some point Harpreet Brar will be subbed in, but maybe he won't.
Okay, and Bear, can you tell us about the suddenly resurgent, but a bit too late, Royal Challengers Bengaluru?
Well, yeah, it's very much too late, isn't it? Cody was scoring all the runs early on. Don't know if he still is. I presume so. They only won 2 and were languishing near the bottom the last time I looked at the table. Suddenly they've won 2 and quite well. And
they've beaten Gujarat Titans twice.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I still don't think they haven't done enough, have they? I've got the table up here.
No, they can only make 1-7, lost 7, which it's either impossible or super unlikely.
Super unlikely. How many games left? They've got
3 left.
They've got 3 left.
Yeah.
I guess Chennai have got 3 left. Can't see them. Yeah, exactly. It's not going to happen, is it? But mid-table mediocrity, bottom of the mid-table
At best,
mediocrity.
yes.
Best.
But seeing as they were all set to claim that bottom of the table slot, it is something of an improvement. I'll just pull up their team if you want to take us through that one.
We have usual. Kind of usual anyway. Faf du Plessis, Virat Kohli, Will Jacks, who got a 48 ball 100 or 42 ball 100 or something stupid.
Showing his class,
Showing his class. Rajat Patidar, Mahipal Lomraw, Cameron Green, Dinesh Karthik, Swapnil Singh, Ken Sharma, Mohammad Siraj and Lockie Ferguson on the bench. The bench, we don't really want the bench. That bench is everybody. What we want is super subs.
Going to show us that.
RCB.
A little bit further down it might have them. No, we'll figure that out as it happens.
We'll figure that out. Yeah, it's interesting. I can't... Who's in their squad? I'm just trying to think who would...
I wouldn't worry about it too much now. Let's get on to it, the last week of the IPL. It certainly has been a week of something. And we start with the good. Jack, who have you got for IPL heaven this week?
I don't know if we've had Sunil Narayan as an entity go into...
I'm pretty sure we have, but he can keep going.
Because he won another Man of the Match award, 81 off 39 this time, and then 1 for 22 with the ball. I don't think we've ever seen a season it's like Lance Klusener in the 1997 World Cup. 97 or 96?
99.
99. Just so much better than everyone else. Like just playing cricket on a plane that nobody had really thought of yet, and we've kind of had that from Narayan this entire tournament. I think he's won 4 Man of the Matches. He's 3rd on the runs. I think he's 4th on the wickets. And they're not like Virat Kohli runs, slow runs.
No.
And they're not like burgled wickets. They're the hard wickets to take and the hard runs to score at a ridiculous pace. And Narayan as an entity has been...
Well, he's
he
doing...
might retire after this. As well.
Maybe
he might actually retire.
He's doing this in games which are absolute run fests, except for his bowling. He's bowling 4 overs for like 25-30 in these T20 v 220 games, on top of smashing it.
And you know what? I don't know how he does that, because when I look at him, all he does is roll it out the back of his hand and doesn't seem to turn the ball much. It kind of goes on and he bowls at about 60 miles an hour. I honestly sometimes wonder how the fuck he doesn't go out of the park all the time, but he doesn't. It's weird.
He's a magic man. I can't remember a better season for an all-rounder across 15 IPLs. Maybe there is one, but I can't remember one. Anyway, Bear, who have you got for us this week?
Well, give me some clues.
You could, in a week where people have scored 1 million runs, I did suggest couple of Indian Test stalwarts.
Bhuvi Kumar?
No, Jasprit Bumrah. And who's... Sorry,
if Jasprit's in there, I'll pick him because...
he got 3 for not many for non-Bombay the other day. The other was... suddenly the left-arm wrist spinner's name has escaped my mind. No, for India.
Kuldeep.
Kuldeep, yes.
Kuldeep.
Yes.
Ah, he's been playing. I like.
Yeah.
I slowly come round to Anindo's view of Kuldeep after the Test series. And I used to think, well, and the fact is that he has added 5 or 6 miles an hour to his actual bowling, which makes him much more of a threat than when he was bowling in the late 40s a few years back. But Bumrah's a stalwart of this IPL, isn't he? For a team that are languishing, I presume, very near the bottom because they're shit. The Mumbai Indians, you've only picked up 4 wins, and I imagine although 4 wins are pretty much all on the back of Jasprit Bumrah's bowling. I mean, I've seen him take 2 fifers, so...
Yeah, he got 3 for not many in the last game. He seems to be finding his form just in time for India for that World Cup. And I'll go for the other one. Now I can remember his name. Kuldeep Yadav took 3 for 25 for Delhi the other day after being a bit of a joke for the first few games. They're really pulling it back, Delhi. They've won 3 out of 4 and they are right in that mid-table fight for the playoffs. And I think along with Fraser McGurk, he has revitalised their season.
Well, that's good for them,
and made Ricky Ponting happy, which we don't like to see, but never mind.
Yeah, well, he'll be in my hell then, Ricky Ponting.
I think we had him in last week or the week before. Right, possibly a bit more to get your teeth into. Bear, if you're not super prepared, Jack can go first again for IPL hell.
Yeah, or me?
You.
Oh, me?
Yeah, you.
I'm going to have KL Rahul being shouted at by the owner of Lucknow
Yes.
Super Giants yesterday, which was extremely embarrassing, kind of for everyone involved. Nobody likes being told off in public. Nobody likes a bully. Nobody likes losing a T20 in 9.4 overs. So it was sort of an all-round hellscape for Lucknow. But I think that most of the disgrace goes to the owner for going onto the pitch to shout at a man. Didn't do any of the bowling.
Well, if there ever was a time to do that, perhaps that might have been it. That was such a disaster for Lucknow yesterday. I mean, I think the best thing about that game is they only lost 4 wickets batting first. I mean, when you only lose 4 wickets batting first, you've got to be thinking, well, that's okay, isn't it? I mean, if that's not part of your thinking, you must have done something horrendously wrong.
I think so. I mean, it was a really weird innings because they were 20 for 2 after 4.5 overs, which was a bit of a hole, and two of their overseas bats are out. So there was a little bit of rebuilding to do. I mean, they really invested in the rebuild, over-invested in the rebuild, you'd probably say, and that left them pretty short. In fact, I think they scored 110 off the last 10 overs.
Yeah, Puran got some runs, and
they really did. They did kick on, but that rebuild cost them.
Follow-up.
You have to be honest. Like, if they got 265, they were probably on for a beating in that match.
The way it was going, yeah. Follow-up question: if the owner is making decisions, and if he does decide not to retain KL Rahul, would anyone buy him?
Yeah, I think so. I think there's probably a few teams that would be interested in him. Like, he's one of those players who's overrated because of what they've done for India and what they can do in other formats. He's not necessarily a bad player. He's just overpriced, and you can throw almost any name from the top 10 run scorers onto that list, with the exclusion of Sanju Samson, Phil Salt, and Narayan.
The people at high strike rates, Travis Head, yeah.
Oh,
umpires are coming out so quick.
Head, of course,
yeah. Quickly, Bear.
Well, I like this one. Everyone who made this tournament drag on this long. Yes, fucking too right. I mean, how long have we been going? When did it start?
Yeah, if this was back in an 8-team tournament, we'd be done by now. We'd have 56 games. In fact, we'd be in the playoffs by now, and it feels like that's about the right time to do it.
It is. It is going on. Have we got another week of games, or the playoffs next week then?
No, we've got another week again, another 10 days or so.
Me.
Exactly. And I personally blame Srisanth and Gurunath Mayappan most for that. They are the sort of figureheads for who got Rajasthan and Chennai banned. And that was what made it a lot easier for them to bring it up to 10 teams, because they brought 2 new teams in.
Because it was 2 years they were banned for.
Yeah. And then once they were back, they just added them on. That's basically what I was going to say. Well, the game's going to start. RCB are batting first. Whether they've won the toss or not, I'm not quite sure. It could be either way on this one. But anyway, we've got some big name opening batsmen coming out to bat. In fact, no, Punjab chose to field, okay?
So, presumably, who's batting
It's going to be
then?
Faf and Virat. And I will let you go if you want to bring Jez in, I think.
Why have I not got Virat in here?
That's a man who must have a million jingles.
Yeah, he does. I seem to have the wrong fucking team.
Oh, yes, because you're on Hyderabad.
Oh, no. No.
Weird. Yeah. It doesn't
It's gonna be
matter.
one of those days, isn't it?
It's going to be one of those days.
It's been a long tournament.
It has been.
Play the Travis Head jingle.
Well, no, I'll just get people out. Have I just got the wrong fucking carts out? I don't know. This man's opening. Oh, why are you fucking not working, you stupid fucking machine? Right, forget it.
Those words were spoken today by 32 million people in Britain alone.
Fucking ridiculous. Sort yourself out, you stupid computer.
You need to get control of your inner chimp there.
Well, I'm sure I've got the wrong team here. I don't know why I've got the wrong team here though, but
The
I have.
computer didn't get the wrong team up, did it?
Well, it says Punjab. Own CB. That's right, because I've got the wrong team up. It's Bengaluru, isn't it? Fucking ridiculous. Okay, we're going to start. Sorry about this, folks. Things have not started well in the studio today. First, are you?
I'm doing it, but
Go on then,
he hit it
crack
to
on.
mid-on. Virat Kohli hit a ball to mid-on. There were no runs.
Marvellous.
So you can go carry on moaning about computers now. If you want.
No,
That's
it's my fault.
what people tune in for, isn't it?
No.
That gay Grover's stream of consciousness.
You carry on, Jack.
We've got Kohli and Duplessis opening the batting. Kavarappa, I'm not sure I've seen him play, or if I have, I don't remember him. He is the bowler. First ball looks all right. Full, a little bit of shape on the stumps.
I like to think of
Kohli.
him more as Cave Rapper. I think that's a great
Equally.
name.
Cave Rapper. Second ball he's in, and he gets that one to shape away off the pitch. Kohli comes down, big yahoo, loses his shape a little bit, misses the ball, and it goes through to the keeper. So we've had 2 dots to kick off this, 58th match of the IPL. Just another 12 to go, I think. Do you know what the problem is, I think? I don't think it's necessarily the number of games. I think it's the insistence on doing them day by day.
Well, if they
Really,
didn't, though, it would go on for years. I mean, imagine if they had one every 2 days. I mean,
I'm saying if you do 2 a day,
oh right.
then you have a more realistic sports league. As
Yeah.
Cave Rapper is in again. This one's gone high up in the air, and there are 4 Punjab fielders
Oh,
circling
dear, oh,
underneath
dear.
it. It's a bad drop. Point running round has not done well. He's misjudged it basically. He hasn't run back far enough. Had to put in a dive. Got 2 hands to it, but it's gone down, and Kohli gets a life early. In the interim, they run 3 runs.
The pimps in the crib, ma. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. When the
Yeah, not good. That should be a wicket.
It should very much be a wicket, but hey ho.
It's just really bad fielding, I think. Anyway, we've seen quite a lot of that in this tournament.
You
as well.
certainly have, yeah.
Like
Surprising amount, actually.
As Kohli, not Kohli, the other one, Duplessis leaves the next ball. Slightly unorthodox split grip technique. We can score at 3 as we get guilty drop cam. There's not really an excuse for that as well. It's floodlit, isn't it? So if the ball goes up into the sky, it's a white object.
Yeah,
Black.
Yeah.
that
sky.
should be shining in the night sky like a little star.
Yeah. As Duplessis faces up, it's been a bit of a mixed tournament for him. A couple of scores, but nothing majorly impressive. That's a good shot though. As he drives through the offside to the fence, it'll be 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yep, so off and running. Duplessis. That's a nice drive. Maybe a little over pitched, but probably not that much wrong with it, to be honest.
Alright, can you turn yourself up a little bit, Jack, by any chance?
You want me to?
I can do,
How
yeah.
loud?
Quite loud.
How about now?
Oh, that's much better.
Oh,
Oh, there we
that's
are.
very loud.
As Duplessis repeats the trick, that was driven and it goes through the hands of the short extra cover. Maybe should have cut that off. It was hit hard and it will run to the cover boundary for another 4.
1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, shut the door.
We have Jay Grover with us, I'm pleased to say. He says, afternoon all, very good Bear and Bishop on sixes. I do know a city with large amount of tumbleweed industrial units and a vibrant student community. We also used to have a test ground before it did a Delhi. All the players vomited due to the pollution. Nesh. And he says, oh, and cheers, Jack. I've just enjoyed bringing the binging in the cricket podcast. My mum didn't listen to it, but she said the name were brilliant. Yeah, it was a whole team of researchers worked on that name, didn't they?
It's called search engine optimization.
Oh.
I think is the phrase that you're looking for. That, and you can con a lot of people by just pretending you're an authority on something. As Arshdeep comes in, left arm bowler for Punjab, he starts on the length, trying to bring the ball back in to Kohli, who plays a little drop and run behind point on the offside, and it's 12 for no loss.
Fairly decent start, I suppose.
Yeah, it is, I think. Looks like a lush outfield here, isn't it? This is up in the Himalayas, but we won't get too many good shots, I don't think, of the mountains because it's dark.
Yes. We've got a lovely one as our backdrop today on the on the old tube.
Oh, well, there we go.
We certainly did on Monday, though. On Sunday, we got endless shots of the mountains because the game wasn't great.
Yeah. Looks like a fairly green pitch, but it appears as though it's fairly quick and true so far, as Arshdeep gets one to shape back in nicely to Duplessis, who punches straight to Sam Curran at mid-off, and there's no run.
Well, it's hot season, isn't it, in India at the moment? Aren't they all suffering down in Southeast Asia with the first stages of climate change?
Well, Dharamshala is probably a relief in those circumstances.
Yeah, but I imagine it's still pretty warm. Probably a dry heat.
Yeah, I don't know. It's at some altitude, isn't it? Dharamshala. It was cold for the World Cup.
Feet, I think. Yeah.
As Arshdeep is in, that's 2 straight, and it swings down the leg side. It's flicked for 1 by Duplessis. Second run off the over, up to 13 now.
It's apparently 23 degrees in Dharamshala today, so that's very nice.
That's very pleasant. It's quite warm in England for a change. It's a bit of a shock to the system the last 3 days.
It won't last, or it'll go mental. One or the other.
Yeah, it's supposed to pour down with rain at the weekend, so look forward to that. A good delivery from Arshdeep. This time it holds its line, it goes across Kohli, who flirts with the ball, doesn't find the edge though, and it goes through to the keeper.
Close. I've got jingles back, by the way. I could play 1 or 2 if you like. Maybe have the bowler. Can we find him? No, that's another question. Here we go.
And then this guy called Arshdeep Singh. The obvious jokes will be entertained here.
So Arshdeep's in, and that's driven by Kohli. Top of the bounce. That's a beautiful shot. Really, really high skill. Punch through extra cover, and that will go away for 4 runs.
Very nice shot.
1, 2, 3, 4.
We watched him a couple of weeks ago, and he seemed to go off quite quick and then got bogged down and ended up with a score that took probably 12, 13 overs. And by the end of it, he was close to a run a ball.
Yeah,
well, it's weird, isn't it? I mean, his strike rate's 148 for this IPL, which 3-4 years ago would have been fantastic. This year, it's almost ordinary, isn't it?
Well, this year has been stupid. The amount of runs scored this year.
Yeah, as Arshdeep's in to complete the over, that time he beats Kohli. The ball's gone high up in the air, but it floats just over the head of mid-off. I don't know if that held in the pitch or what, but Kohli was through the shot very early and is lucky that one landed safely. They come through for a couple of runs, and it is 19 for no loss.
Over to you, Messi. We got a super chat.
Barong. Oh, we've got a super chat, have we? Brilliant. Oh, we have indeed, from Sally R56. She sent us 50 Australian dollars. I realised a couple of Thursdays ago when listening to KB and Haydos and realised you were doing it, switched over in relief, decided to send some cash, but was in bed already. So here it is, just a bit late. Cheers. Thank you so much, Sally. That is fantastic. It's wonderful to have you back with us. And Pokey Bumfingers with us, says T20 already hard at work in the background. Will Shaw says, hey lads, which team is K-Dot and which team is Drake? I've got no idea. And Sirius says, Pat Cummings bringing home the IPL and World Cup trophies this year. Maybe he can't do any wrong at the moment, can he? I do have a confession. I actually enjoyed the Sunrisers run chase yesterday rather than getting bored by the six hitting. I thought.
Well, that's something quite special, isn't it? I mean, if they'd have gone on, they were on for the 300, the elusive 300 at that rate.
But they also played proper shots. It wasn't like it was just slogging. I really enjoyed it.
Cavarappa is in once more, and Duplessis, I'm not sure that's a proper shot. Big swing, one hand comes off the bat, but he doesn't hit the ball, and it goes through to the wicketkeeper for a dot.
Now, here's a test. Do we have a jingle for him? How do you spell his name? Let's have a look.
Kave.
Yeah.
Rappa, I think, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
Cave Rapper.
Okay, no.
Or his generic IPL guy.
Yeah,
well,
here he comes once more on a length wide of off stump, and that's been slashed by Duplessis. But hold on, there's a fielder there, and he takes a catch. Deep point in the game. Duplessis will be kicking himself there. That was a hit me ball, but it's a wicket for Cave Rapper.
Mm-hmm.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
There's another one. That player picks one of the only two players in the outfield. We saw it last week. Someone, in fact, two were straight down Square Leg's throat. Not quite nice shots. That wasn't a very nice shot. It was a bit of an outside edge, really, wasn't it? Who's going over the top?
Yeah.
But then a very high percentage of wickets in the IPL are from fairly ordinary shots and often from dreadful balls, it seems to me.
I think it's most, to be honest.
Yeah.
I'd say by a distance, the most common wicket is caught in the outfield. Or certainly caught.
Yeah.
Right.
Such is the game. We're going to see Will Jacks. That's exciting.
Ooh. I've got him.
Who knows how long he's here for? Slips off before the bill. Will Jacks last long after COVID? If you want him to his will.
Thank you,
Right.
Perko.
He's in the England squad, isn't he? He's made it there.
Yeah, probably rightly so, you'd say.
Yes.
Yeah, he's picked up, hasn't he? He started off quite slowly, I think, didn't he? And then he's picked it up nicely.
Well, he's a very boom or bust type player, Jacks, as his first ball is a waft outside leg stump, and he somehow hits it between himself and the stump, so we'll pick up a single to deep square leg. Gets out quite a lot, but if you don't get him out early, you're in for a world of pain.
Yeah.
Quote.
How many days are there between? When is the final for this competition? Because the World Cup starts.
26th.
So there's literally 6 days between.
Yeah, all the England players are going home though, aren't they?
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
A week early.
Yeah.
Well, at the
And
moment, anyway.
23rd of May, so only 2 weeks from today, we'll be covering the first T20, I presume.
Yeah, it's going to be. We're trying to work out what we're going to do for the World Cup.
I don't mean the World Cup, I mean, sorry.
There's a block into the offside from Kohli, and there's no run.
I was thinking of the T20 series between England and Pakistan
Of
in
course.
England.
Is there one of those? They managed to squeeze that in before they all
Yeah.
went to...
Yep, the 23rd, 25th, 29th and 31st of May.
That's That's a bit tight, isn't it? I mean, that's the other thing with this IPL taking forever. I know that a lot of the Indian teams and fans are quite upset that the ECB have said to their players, you should come home as Kavarappa comes in, and that beats Kohli from the pitch. I'm not sure what happened there. He came down a couple of steps and it sort of leapt. He ended up, well, I don't think it's really a cricket shot. He put his bat on it and the ball went into the pitch.
I think it stuck a bit in the pitch and just jumped.
Yeah.
I think he was also slower than he was expecting.
It does look like that. But if they played 2 games every Saturday, like they normally do in this tournament, the tournament would have finished next Sunday, and it wouldn't have clashed with, all the World Cup warm-up matches. Strange. As Kavarappa comes in to finish his over, Kohli through and dropped. Oh, it was a blinding effort by Riley Russo at short extra cover. Drilled to his left. He dives, gets a hand on it, and unfortunately, he is unable to cling on. Hit it very hard, Kohli.
That would have been a fantastic catch. Fuck the IPL is what I say. You can't have it always,
Well, they can. That's the trouble.
This is one way of national sides holding out in solidarity. I don't know.
Well, yeah, in a sense. I mean, also England play their players a lot more than any of the IPL franchises currently play their players. So if you want to exercise that command and control, don't pay people 200 grand a year. Pay them 2 million, and they'd probably play.
Yeah. Farong is with us. He says, "Greeting all. I hope everyone is well." Kohli cam again. Better than watching my fucking LSG. But I called it last night. Jay Grover says, "Have I gone solipsistically mental, or did someone mutter Jay Grover into the microphone?"
No, I think you become solipsistic.
He says, "Oh fuck, Jackson in the cathedral." But serious point, I learned a lot from the cricket podcast because you are all knowledgeable, sane, and don't accuse me of being a Pakistani fifth columnist because I thought an 18-year-old from Kerala played a dodgy shot.
Well, whilst Jay's been having his moment there, they've come through for a single. Another kind of like chop shot from Will Jacks between himself and the stumps. Been productive so far. 100% of his runs coming from whatever that is. The Kent cut?
No, it's the Vatican slice now.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
It's the it's the A23. It's known as the Crawley bypass.
So many names.
And all hilarious. Sam Curran bowls a bit of a half volley there, and Kohli deals with it. A fantastic flick shot up and over mid-wicket. One bounce into the rope, and that'll be 4 runs.
4 on the floor, and one more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4's are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
I always feel that Curran is a little bit underpowered. Certainly in this phase of the game.
He's kind of living on his reputation for the last World Cup a little bit, isn't he? We did have a fantastic World Cup when he came in. He's not really produced anything like it since.
Here he comes again, full and on the stumps. A bit of a full toss that time. Kohli makes room and drives off middle through extra cover. But they've got a man back, so it'll only be a single.
But do you think his losing his place in the England Test team affected him? I don't know. He got injured and then got dropped.
He's been out of contention for that for a little while.
Yeah, he was, but who was it who kept picking it? Was it Bayliss he was in the team all the time?
Yeah, mate. I mean, England had a bit of an obsession with having bowlers who could bat for a while, didn't they?
Yeah.
As Will Jacks obviously doesn't respect him too much. Comes down the pitch as a really ugly slash, to be honest. But we'll pick up 4 through mid-wicket. Disdainful.
4.
I'm not sure that's where the ball was supposed to go, but
I don't think
it
so.
went hard, and it went for 4.
I think it meant to go way back over the bowler's head.
Yeah, I'm not sure it would have landed yet if it had gone where it was supposed to go.
That's where it was supposed to go.
That's a bit more like it. Yeah, that's in the slot from Sam Curran. Will Jacks holds his shape really well, picks the ball up, dunks it back over Curran's head, and that'll be 6 off of the front.
There's nearly 26s per game.
That's a lot of 6s. I worked out there's been about 75 kilometres of 6s in this IPL so far.
What did you find a database with all the lengths of all of them and add it all up?
Well, more or less.
That's a good measure. Yeah.
I was hoping it would be more. I was hoping it would be like, you could get to space with the number of 6s. As Jax drills on back at Curran, it hits Curran, goes to the mid-on field, and there'll be no run, so he gets out.
How many did you say? 76 kilometres?
Yeah, space is 80.
Ooh,
so we're approaching space. We'll probably get to space by the end of the group stage. It is 36 for no loss after, is it 3 overs? 4 overs.
When we were talking to Lawrence Booth, they worked out, and I thought this was a bit of an underwhelming stat, that if you put all the pages of wisdom from the start to now, you could get from the Oval to the Lords and back, and I thought, that's massively underwhelming. Yeah. Exactly. I wanted it to be, I could get to fucking Beijing or something, you know.
Yeah. I think, add up the numbers in it and give us something big. Farong says, yes, very hot in Thailand and Laos since mid-February. 38 to 44 degrees every day. Today was only 38 but humid, 36 but humid.
That's a great shot from Kohli. Kamarappa continues. That's on a length outside off stump. Kohli takes a couple of steps down, picks it up, drives it straight, and hits it for 6.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 6.
Yeah, he looks like he's ticking, Kohli.
Well, he often ticks early. This is the thing: is he going to carry it on though? Is he going to, slow down? I'm going to look at the odds and what the line is for the runs, and I'm going to ask your opinions.
Okay, I reckon the line will be 205.
I think it'll be a bit higher than that as Kavarappa's in. Kohli down the pitch again, flicks it through backward square, this time only for a single, as one of the 2 outfielders is positioned perfectly for that one.
Right, the line. It's only 197.5. Who've they got to come?
Right, I go over.
Yes, I think that's an easy over.
You reckon?
I think with Will Jackson and Max, is Maxwell even playing? I don't think Maxwell's playing, is he? But
then again, it is RCB.
Well, exactly.
I think I'm taking the over there.
Okay, I'll take your advice. If you're wrong, you owe me a $5, yeah?
Punjab don't really have players that slow runs down.
Okay.
As Kavarappa is in. That's a nice delivery. Almost cuts Jax in half. I mean, it's interesting. RCB have obviously decided, the RCB batters have decided that coming down the pitch to the seamers is the way to go, because they're doing it almost every single ball here.
Yeah.
Jax does it again, and that one he can't get a bat on, so it's a victory for the bowler in a moral sense. Yeah. So I think that. Who else have they got? They've got Patidar, haven't they?
Patidar's been
turns
alright.
one round the corner. It's on the bounce. No, it's not. It's a wicket. That was a terrible bet there. Will Jax is out.
You fucker, I'm blaming you.
Caught at short fine leg. I thought it might not have carried, but it's actually a sharp take by the fielder there. And RCB are 43 for 2.
Another one bites the dust.
Oh, carried easy.
I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Well, yeah, who's next in then? Who have we got?
They've got DK in the team, of course.
Of course.
You never know, Cameron Green might come good. He's bloody overdue.
Well, he does hit a long ball, Cameron Green. He's got big bloody levers. Presumably it'll be Patidar in next, won't it?
It should be, I'd have thought. There's not.
Yeah.
They haven't got a lot of flexibility in this lineup. It would be Patidar or Green. Obviously, it's Patidar that's come out, but there's nobody else that it actually could have been, I don't think.
Here we go.
They got anyone on the bench they could sub in?
Richard Patidar. Richard Patidar. From the top of the order.
I'm just looking at the bench for the RCB, and
Who's on
only
it?
one of the 14 people they've got on it is actually designated as a batter per se.
And who's that?
That's Saurav Chauhan.
Yeah, well, he ain't coming in. He's useless.
In that case, they're planning on getting an extra bowler in the second innings, isn't it?
Well, that's what you do, isn't it? If you name your team after the toss, so you go in with a bowler light and you do a substitution to bring them in. First ball to Patadar's on his hip, and he turns it to the square leg fielder. There's no run.
I need to look at the
Jack's
lineup again.
Probably missing out a little bit on the ball that he was dismissed from.
Yeah, he got a bit lucky early on, didn't he, with a couple of back and slices, and eventually just hit it straight to the fielder. I'd like to have seen him go on though. That 6 earlier wasn't very nice.
Yeah, so would I. He's good to watch in full flow. As Patadar, oh my goodness, on his hip, turned round the corner to the man out on the fence at backward square leg. An easy catch for Harshal Patel, really. And I think you can probably tell from our reactions that he failed to pull off that task.
That was terrible. He actually caught it and then dropped it, essentially. It looked like.
That's 2 drops in the power play so far. It's 44 for 2. Time for a little switcheroo here. I'll be back in 5 overs.
Okie dokie. See you in a
GPL
bit.
today, by the way. I take it the GPL's open, Bear?
I believe so.
It will be open for another 15 minutes then.
20 actually. I usually close it off at
20.
1:45, 2:45, 3:45, whatever it is.
And what's
And
the
20
pot?
About 40 quid, I think.
About 40 quid.
Worth winning. Come
I
on.
shall have a look.
GorillaCricket.com.
£40 dead on.
There you go. Make
Okay,
it 50.
I shall leave you to it. Hello, Ninda. Hello, Tony. I'll catch you.
Hello,
Hello,
Endo.
Hey Bear, hey Tony.
We had a little bit of a fright when I got here earlier today. When I turned the computer on, just had this little thing saying Sky HD in the top corner, which is basically the dead screen you get when you can't capture the video. For a minute I was panicking. Seriously.
I've never seen you really panic.
You've lost even more weight there.
Well, no, I don't think so. Nice shot straight back down the ground by Patadar, but half stopped by the bowler. And they won't take the single in the end. How are you and Indo?
Good actually, everyone. All well, thank you.
Excellent.
Fun times, going for 1 hour meetings, driving 4 hours in Mumbai.
Oh, joy, that sounds like
back
fun.
to reality.
You got aircon? Sounds like it's pretty hot in India at the moment.
Yeah, you don't get cars without aircon these days.
Yeah, that's probably a blessing. It's probably not that bad sitting in traffic, is it, with the aircon on?
Well, I made sure I bought an SUV as soon as I got here, knowing that Indian roads were not going to be fine.
No, that's nicely clipped by Patadar out towards
very
Cow
nice.
Corner. Not perfect timing, but enough on it. It was a nice shot. And it had enough, and that's all it needs, 4 runs.
2 + 2 is on man.
It's the same in Kenya. Whenever I go there, you just think, oh, you've got to have a 4x4. Even in the city centres, it's like...
It's pretty bizarre. I mean, you go all over Southeast Asia, and you see brilliant roads, Singapore, Hong Kong, everywhere, especially in Singapore, Malaysia. And most of those roads are laid by Indian labourers. And then you look at Indian roads laid by Indian labourers, and they were like, what the fuck did they forget when they came back?
Most of them are being used as wickets in the IPL.
Yeah. Harshal is in, and that's cut. That's nicely jabbed with control, I think, by Patadar. That was definitely intended. He's cut it inside the man who's short at third man. He's up inside the circle, and he's got it very quickly past him. It'll be 4 more runs. Well, it was a bit odd looking because he didn't really move his feet or anything, but he got his bat down late on it. Knew he wanted to guide it fine, and he did.
It's all about hands with these batsmen.
Yeah. Well, this is it. Foot movement is a non-entity these days, isn't it? I mean, it's going to make Test cricket more interesting because hardly any batsman uses their feet anymore.
Yeah. You just plant your feet and make
exactly.
Sure
It's all about getting. It's all about hand-eye coordination now. Well, that's flat tap by Patadar. Having just played a really nice little guy down to third man, he flaps at that, mistimes it completely. He's lucky it didn't carry to mid-on, but it didn't even have to enough to get there. And they don't go for a run.
That was a bit like the tennis lobs I was playing an hour.
Nice.
Oh, that was
except mine were, I think, intentional.
Yeah. They drop in or out though, that's the important thing.
Rajat Patidar's been in really terrible form ever since he got selected for India. Then it's just been all down there.
Well, that's a nice shot. Just block that straight back down the ground past the bowler, and it'll be 4 more.
2 + 2 is on man.
He had a great IPL. He had a great Ranji Trophy red ball season. And then he got selected for India, and then it just went down there.
Yeah, I don't think considering how easily India won those last few tests in the end, well, especially the last 3, he was the one guy.
I mean, someone getting dropped.
He was the one guy who managed to get dropped, yeah, and he managed to get himself out in some extraordinarily funny ways as well, bad ways at the same time.
I think he and Shreyas Iyer were the only ones who got dropped in that team.
Yeah. Well, Shreyas Iyer had a bit of a shocker too as well, didn't he? But hey, Harsh Patel is in. He's gone for 12 of the first 5 balls. Ooh, has that gone off? Well, they're not appealing, so that must have gone off the seam. It nipped off the seam, beat the outside edge of Patidar's bat. Lovely little ball. But no joy. And he ends that over. Having conceded 12, 56 for 2. Looks like we're going to have one of these bloody terminal fucking timeouts.
We've got a message or two. This is something I haven't said for a while. It's Jay Grover.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't. I'm sure Messers did. I don't know what the conversation had been about, but he says Tony and Bear having a fight would be the most hilarious battle royal possible to witness. Oh, there we go. Dutta would probably just pay a peon to kill them both. You bunch of psychopaths. Was there a conversation that led up to that for any reason?
I don't think so.
It's
just Jay's mind.
He's just in his mind thinking about you and me and sort of some sort of celebrity death match. Fair enough. Stephen Kelk, Guerrilla Cricket. I hear rumours that Tony has been moonlighting as a jazz and blues expert on Forthy's new podcast. Yes, Stephen, I have. And it was huge fun, let me tell you. It was huge fun. And you can find it and my selected jazz and blues best of on various social media channels. So if you get the chance to listen, please do. And let us know what you think. Alan Turfmore is with us. Up the Clarets, well, of course. Although I think whatever you do to the Clarets now, they look sadly rather doomed. But you never know. And Stephen Kelk says, Alan Turfmore not looking good for your lads. Oh, there we go, basically, which is what I just said. And Indo, you were mentioned in our podcast yesterday. Again, you keep cropping up
right.
even when you're not there. I mean, you were bloody promoted a week ago to Wisden. You really should be paying us, I think, to be honest.
Yes.
Yesterday,
with our marketing fees.
Yeah. Yesterday you popped up. Who were we meeting? Oh, a lovely chap called Andy Waugh was in the Bishop of Bear. Who's the Andy Waugh? No relation to the other Wars.
Right.
Who's the founder of the Sixes cricket bars, which kind of are pubs bars that utilise the sort of the reality technology for bowlers, so basically like Batfast technology.
So they have basically it's a bar with food that has nets and you can hit sixes in.
And it's great fun. I've done it loads of times. So we had the founder in yesterday, but we were talking about the relationship between the number of sixes and the IPL and how it's become so much of a batter's game and how that actually might affect their traffic and interest in their bars. And we talked about your article, which I did rather enjoy.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. It was a good read, as they say. Well argued, well thought out. 8 out of 10, I'd say. Or no,
Only 8 out of 10.
So how do you think it's going to affect the nets in his bar?
Well, I mean, the nets in his bar. Remember, it's the cricket is part of an overall night out experience, so it's not a full 22 yards. Well, I'll have to finish that thought later.
Yeah, one hand comes off the bat there from Kohli, but he still manages to get 6 as it goes over the top of mid-off, who is up inside the circle. If he'd been out, it had pounced it very comfortably, but no. And we must time that pretty
I
well.
know this is Dharamshala, but that must be a really short boundary for that to go for 6.
Yeah, and very much out the sweet spot of the bat as well. But his bottom hand's come off. It looks like he's been beaten, and it's quite cleared the rope quite easily in the end, really.
Yeah. You really enjoyed that.
Stops him on a little bit, but he bunts it up to mid-off, and this time they just get through for the single.
Anyway, the podcast has gone to our Patreons, the latest Bishop and Bear, and it will go out to everybody tomorrow. So I don't want to give too much away, but it's a fascinating conversation, and we do look at the links between the social side of cricket in bars like that, and as it becomes more and more a batsman's game in the shorter format, and this particular season's IPL. Also, one of the interesting things, he talked a lot about whether people who go there for the first time, whether it's women or men who score highest and do better, which I thought was quite interesting.
Oh, that's a big.
Yeah, so there's one. I'm not going to tell you the answer.
In the slot, Patidar just whacks that over wide, long on. Went up quite high, but also very long. And in fact, it's 6 more. So Cavarappa, or Cave Rapper, has gone for 33 in his 3-pointer little overs, which actually this IPL is not that bad.
So who is this kid? It's his first match, is it?
I think it is first match. He is, in fact, Founder's Jingle. He is
generic IPL guy. IPL guy. Does he bowl? Does he bat? Is he a keeper in a hat? No, generic IPL guy.
I love that jingle. The next ball is aerial once more, but no one really in the infield, and it sort of plops out to mid-wicket where no one is, and they get a single. 77 metres. We're getting closer to space. Did you hear? Is it on in there, or is it not on in there?
It's not on in there.
Okay. All you got to do is change the lead into another thing.
I know the person who actually lives here has the temerity to sort of slightly change the setup when we're not here, doesn't he?
Yeah, all you got to do is change the lead into a different bloody plug, for fuck's sake. Works out into the leg side towards deep mid-wicket, and there is another single. But 15 off this over so far, 1 ball to go. I went over 196.5, 197.5, and then those just popped off. Barrett is joining us, along with Fireflies at the what? At the note taker. Who's that?
I can tell you.
Here is Cave Rapper. Is in, clipped out nicely towards deep mid-wicket as a single.
His last game before coming into this IPL for Karnataka, I guess against Vidarbha, took 4 for 99 and 6 for 61. So he got a 6 for, but that will have been in the Ranji Trophy
in a long form game.
Yeah. Got 3 for 40 and 4 for 44 against Tripura. And he played for India A against England Lions as well, and he got 259 and number 16.
Nice, not bad.
So he clearly knows how to take wickets.
Yeah, it's not about taking wickets in this fucking game, is it? It's about going for less than 10 and over, it seems to me, which is pretty sad. Because I reckon there's a fair few club cricketers who reckon they could go for less than 10 and over, even at this level.
But the good thing about taking wickets is you don't get to go for 6 that ball.
Yeah, and that's about it. I mean, and if you get a lot, then you end up with decent figures. But so few bowlers seem to be able to keep run rates down. I mean, there's some notable exceptions like Jasprit Bumrah, Sunil Narine in this particular World Cup. That one has been hauled long and high and far and back over, long on. And Patidar's moved on to 27 off just 12 deliveries. It's insane. And he got dropped first ball as well, didn't he? An absolute fucking sitter.
He did. And I think that was off cover up as well.
Yeah, that would really annoy you. Someone's dropped a sitter in the outfield.
95 meters, this one, that last one off Rahul Chahar.
I mean, that was a mighty smote. Patadar 27 off 12. Kohli 30 off 17. 78 for 2. They're only in the 7th over. That's another shit ball. And shit isn't going to take wickets this time because this shit is going to get smashed into the back of the top stand for 6 more.
Buffet's open.
5 2 6s in a row.
This is Chahar. A couple of years ago, Chahar was the man.
I mean, this was a few years ago, and you know, I was critical of him at that point in time, and he was bowling well, and now he's still not good. He's not much of a spinner, as far as I'm concerned.
It's just it's all too short, isn't it? I mean, it just sits up and says, "Hit me."
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
I mean, the problem for spinners in this sort of game is that they think, and to a degree, they're kind of right. That one goes straight on with the arm. I'm not sure if there was an edge, but it was dropped by who's behind the stump?
Johnny Best.
Is it Johnny B? Well, that's not surprising, then, is it? It got dropped, and
he didn't.
It did. It was a big. Yeah, it's quite. Those are quite hard because actually it's quite a thickish outside edge. Big deviation, which makes it a little bit harder. Chahar up again. That was wide outside the off stump. A little bit better, fuller this time, and Patadar is not going to take the risk on it.
Chahar came in around the same time as Bishnoi did, I think. Around. I think it may have been the same season even.
That one has been smashed, long, hard, and over the top of extra cover. Well, 6-6, dot, and another 6. Yeah, we'll have this one. There's little Sammy Cowan captain.
He is.
Yeah. Yeah, another 6 tossed up wide, a little too wide, which gave the batsman a chance.
Did you see the power play yesterday with the LSG versus?
Was that the one where they chased it down to 9.2 overs?
Yeah,
I didn't see that.
Yeah, 160 odd. It was crazy.
I'm convinced LSG was an LSD.
Yeah. Well, there's someone pointed out in the chat, I think it was Andy or Jack.
It's not only about the bloody good batsman, right? I mean, shit bowling. I mean,
well, shit bowling, but to get to, I mean, if the pitch was that easy, what were they doing getting to 160 for 4 after 20 overs? You know, clearly they weren't playing the same game, you know. But anyway, so Patadar's on 39 off 17. The run rate is 11.25, 90 for 2 off of 8.
What were they after the power play?
They were going on about 10 then. So
does RCB have any mathematical chance of making the top 4?
They both do, but lose today, and it's
basically
it's a long shot.
They have to win everything pretty handsomely, and everyone else has to lose, which is probably impossible because one of those teams that are above them will play another team above them. And whoever wins that will put them out, I think. That's pulled hard and very nicely by Kohli in front of square. The man is just behind square, but it's gone so quick he can't get round. It'll be 4 more.
It is interesting. These are 2 teams that have never won it. I think the Punjab Kings were runners-up once and semi-finalists once.
I think RCB was runners-up as well once. Yeah.
RCB 3 times runners-up, but also. So you've got 2 teams here that have never won it and look pretty unlikely to win it this year.
Yeah. There'll be a year, there'll be a time. In a tournament like this, some teams
it'll be the year right after Kohli retires.
Yeah, probably. you watch exactly. That one is just guided down to a very short third man. They take a sharp single and they make it. Better throw might have been interesting, but it wasn't.
Somehow Sam Curran manages to look so serious.
I know, he looks like he's worried.
It makes me laugh when I see him.
Captain of this team, and he doesn't look like he's in control to me.
The world's worries on his shoulders.
Yeah, very much so.
How old is he now? Mid-20s?
Mid-20s, must be 26, 27. Yeah. That one's pulled hard by Patadar. It's baseball, man. That's gone way back in the stands. Once more, 6 more. Do we need? We need a 2 off the third ball of any over. We're playing bingo again, peeps. Is that LBW? Any LBW and a 2 off the third ball of an over. We have a line. That's 25 quid. That was a lovely shot. 45 rating, needs 300 strike rate. How do you think India are going to do at the World Cup when they can't have impact subs? You're on mute. I don't know why.
I'm very skeptical they're going to make the semis.
Really? I think they'll make the semis. That's close to a wide, but I think that's in. No, I've reviewing that. That for me, that pitched inside that. Maybe it pitched inside the blue line, but by the time it had gone past the blue line, it was outside it. Yeah, I think. Who's going to be their all-rounder?
Is Jadeja in the squad?
Well, he is. Yeah.
That's it's Jadeja, but. I don't know if they're going to play Hardik or not. But,
well, this is it. He tends to get a bit pasty, doesn't he, when he bowls? That one is cut out to the man at point. It'll be just a single.
And it's not like he's brimming over with confidence at the moment.
No. He hasn't scored that many runs either, has he?
And I think they just made it very, very awkward by appointing him vice captain. I mean, that's completely needless at this point in time. Even if he was to become captain later, I mean, with all the controversy that's gone on with the Mumbai Indians, making him vice captain to Rohit Sharma, I mean, what sense does that make? Psychologically,
not a lot.
Of the guy.
Bottom hand again comes off from Kohli. Again, he gets away with it. Hits it quite nicely in the end, but aerial out to deep point. Bounces before it gets there, though, and it'll go a single.
He's just doing it just for fun.
I guess so.
Yeah, do you need? You don't even need a vice captain in T20. You don't really need. You don't even really need a captain. It's only a sort of.
Oh, you absolutely do.
Do you? I don't know.
I think you need a captain.
I think you need a committee of senior players. Really. I mean, yeah, you can name one captain, but I mean.
If you look at the fielding restrictions and variations and the bowling permutations,
that's really nicely hit by Patidar. He'll only get a single this time, though. Oh no, they'll come back for two, actually. It was a sprawling field down at cover which allowed them to get back for two. He moves on to 48 off 20. Wow.
Put that technical side of it, as far as just the rules and regulations go, that takes some managing.
Also, if you look at the Mumbai Indians all season, then you know that you need a captain, but not Hardik Pandya as captain.
Anyway, over on YouTube, Stephen Kelk says he did listen to Forthy and I talking jazz and blues, which is nice, and enjoyed it, which is very kind. I do wonder whether reducing the batting side to, say, 6 batters, says Stephen as well, rather than 10, would be an interesting rebalancing of T20.
But then you're getting away from the actual game of cricket, aren't you?
Reducing the batting side to, say, 6 batters, yes.
I mean, I think then you're changing the actual game completely.
You are, i.e. in order to put more value on the wickets, which I kind of get. Pokey Bumfinger says, shave 3 weeks off the tournament is the most important tweak for the IPL.
Yes.
This is taking the piss, in my opinion. Well,
it is,
you should see what's going to happen in possibly tomorrow.
I mean, do people in India even get bored with the length of this bit?
Nah, they love it.
What?
Do people in India even get bored with the length of this group stage bit? That's cut, and cut really nicely by Kohli. It was a very full ball outside his off stump, and he got down and just guided it nicely late in front of the short third man and behind the point fielder. Gets it out to the boundary, 4 more runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Go on.
Well, I can tell you, earlier this week, last week, the Mumbai Indians versus KKR match in Mumbai. So I had gone to watch a concert which is about 5 buildings away from the Wankhede, and there were like millions of people there.
Hold on. Played up to long on, for a single. Carry on.
Yeah, I mean, I think each city, there's enough people to go and watch it, and I'm not sure how many people are watching on television, because I think in the beginning, I thought I saw many more views. When you watch Jio, it shows you the number of views. I thought you had much more than you do right now. So the viewership might have come down a bit.
Well, that's what I wonder. I wonder if it's just too much of a good thing, and just like too much sugar. It's a bit dull, and it gives you diabetes. That's pulled by Patidar. Has he gone for 6 or is that 4?
6 went
It's
away.
gone for 6. It's a bit top edgy, but it's gone over the boundary. It's 6. He moves on to 54. He gets one of these, and he moves to.
Long drawn out grinds and flashing cameos. Quite accumulation that just grows and grows. Plucky or lucky, inducing reverie. These are a few types of half century.
There we go. That's off, what, 21 bulls? 28 bulls? Something like that. Absurd. 22 bulls. 21 bulls. 21 bulls to get to 54. Driven?
21 balls. Yeah.
Yeah, up to long off, and there's no run. I think at this rate, my over 197.5 is looking.
Is that what you've got?
Yeah, that's looking really healthy and easy, isn't it? Should have gone over the 220.
So I was just looking at.
Oh, it's raining.
GeoCinema, which I'm sorry. Just give me 1 second. Sorry.
What, is he going to go and stop the rain?
No, I think he's taking a phone call or something.
Oh, I said it's raining, and he said, "Just give me 1 second."
Sorry. I was just looking at GeoCinema to see the number of views. What we're talking about.
Okay, that's a not timed pull out to Cow Corner by Coley, but he gets one run. It doesn't really matter.
I thought you suddenly somehow turned into God.
Oh,
I said,
yeah,
look, it's raining.
So it's like a streaming
and he
service.
goes, just give me a minute.
So it's like a streaming service, and they have it like YouTube, where you can see how many viewers are watching, sort of thing.
Yeah, so GeoCinema is the one which it's basically the environment who mind it. So GeoCinema bought the rights, and they're showing it free, right? So it's pure advertising, and all over India you see it free.
Okay, that's out, I think. Patidar. Yes, it is. Sam Curran has got himself a wicket. It's wide and full. Patidar was drawn into the drive.
And Bairstow took a
got
catch.
a little edge, and Bairstow did take a catch. A bit stunning there. That's the last ball of my stint. 119 for 3 as Patidar goes for 55 or 54 off 23, 55 off 22 deliveries. 23 deliveries because he's out off that one. And yeah, he has to say bye-bye, but that was one hell of an innings. We'll give him a jingle and we're out. And I will speak to you later in Indo. We'll take this chat
absolutely.
up.
After the jingle, I'm just going to say something before I leave.
Okay, cool. I'll see you later.
Yeah.
Right.
You have the jingle?
Messrs. Jay Grover 17 minutes ago was at Twitter, and I was up to date on YouTube.
Thanks. Go on,
I was just going to say this before I go. That I was talking about the number of viewers actually watching, although the stands are full in the various grounds. So when I started watching the IPL this year, we had about 200 million, 250 million views each match. Right now, the match that is going on has 41 million people. So that's essentially 1/5 of what you had at the beginning of the tournament.
I think there's a big difference between stickability between people actually attending and people watching on TV. I think they'll always get the attendances. It looks like they're going to stop the rain.
Yep, they are. The covers are coming on straight away. It did look quite heavy. That was perfect timing from me. I just sat down and the players are running off and the covers are running on. I suppose we might as well just do something else until they come back on. I mean, it's hard to say. They tend to get back on as quickly as possible in this. They don't wait around too much. But with covers coming on, I don't think we can do a lot for you. The situation of the game, Royal Challengers Bengaluru put into bat 119 for 3. Kohli's on 42 off 23. Green's just come in, hasn't faced a ball yet. Patidar just out for 55 off 23. And I guess we are going to have a break because there's some pretty... Well, it's a bit weird. I wouldn't call it heavy, but they're big drops. They're very visible on the camera. So I don't know what we're going to do, really.
Well, we got an extra one of us because Barat has joined us.
Well, tell you what,
Jez,
if Tony so negligently left you 17 minutes behind on Twitter, why don't you catch up with those?
Okay. Jay Grover says, talking of gorillas and articles, I just got whizzed in. How the fuck did Booth get Gary down to one page? That's normally a hello from Naylor. The male-female dichotomy is pretty predictable. Well, if you're the editor, you can get anybody down to whatever you like. You just cut out the shit. So, you know, I'm sure
I'm surprised you got a page out of Gary then.
Yeah, that's right. That's mean. He also says, serious point, hearing the Bear and Bishop podcast and reading Sticky Wickets and Stardust suggests that club is a harder setting than world class in the short term at amateur levels of the game, like playing a muppet at chess who just frantically attacks. Yeah, it's an interesting conclusion, but it's got plenty of validity to it. So Farong says, did I mention that LSG was shite yesterday? The T20 World Cup squad deadline is May the 25th. McGurk will come in for Davey Warner if he's still injured. Yeah, I think he will. Head and McGurk are the only players to score 3 IPL 50s under 20 balls. Yep, you heard it first. Did mention it to the Bangladesh Rickshaw Drivers Union and the Bish earlier. It's interesting the fallout in relation to Fraser McGurk not being picked. I think he was actually both realistic and quite modest to say, well, you know, I haven't really got the runs on the board anywhere outside the IPL to validate being selected.
What was the general sort of mood in Australia about that?
Well, you have to bear in mind that the IPL is played in the middle of the night, particularly on the East Coast. It starts at midnight in Melbourne. So there's not a lot of awareness of it. There's not a lot of following of the IPL, but certainly there's been some news coverage of his goings-on. My sense is that, yeah, he'll be great for Australia at some stage, but Warner has actually done pretty well. It's good to have the experience there. They're a team that's done pretty well over the last few years. So I don't think there's great angst about him not being in, to be honest. Basing selection for the West Indies on form in the IPL is potentially very dodgy.
Yeah, I understand that, but it's better than pulling it out of your proverbial. I mean, it's something you can look at. Any thoughts on that?
Warner wasn't doing too badly before he got injured too. I mean,
he wasn't doing much.
Scoring as fast as McGurk. Well, he was scoring a reasonable number of runs at a reasonable pace, which is a good start if you're partnering Travis Head. You know, it's not a bad mix. It's a good dilemma to have. Put it like that. And Jay also says, I'm not even sure even IPL salaries can pay for Hardwick's therapy bills.
Okay, we good? We up to date?
And over on YouTube, Pokey Bumfinger says Bairstow mistook the ball for a Scotch egg. He never drops those. Well, that's a bit.
Yeah, what if it didn't say something that someone said that about Gatting? He wouldn't have dropped a pork pie or whatever.
Yeah.
Right. Unfortunately, we have no idea how long this is going to be. Could be 2 minutes, could be 2 hours. So we're going to give you a podcast. This is The Bear and the Bishop, episode 73. And I can only see the intro, but apparently we have a real treat. So I'm going to put that on, and guys, those of us who are contributing remotely, if you could just keep an eye out for a restart, and we'll take it from there.
The best place to be a cricket fan is in Barbados. You don't want to miss out on this one. Book your cricket escape today at visitbarbados.org/cricket. Visit Barbados, proud sponsors of Cricket on Sports Social.
This episode is brought to you by Domestos Power Foam, turning the germ-killing world upside down. It clings to surfaces, killing germs in the hardest to reach places. Thank goodness it's not turning podcasts upside down. There'd be no toilet humor, and true crime scenes wouldn't have a fingerprint in sight. Domestos Power Foam. Unstoppable. Use biocides safely. Always read the label and product information before use. Kills 99.99% of bacteria and envelop viruses.
The Bishop and the Bear, the Bishop and the Bear, and to the delight of everyone, they are here to share jokes and rants and guests and things. Who knows what any fun they'll bring? Not affiliated with the Mad Bishop and Bear pub at Paddington Station. The Bishop and the Bear, bands beyond compare. Buckets of savoir-faire, the Bishop and the Bear.
Welcome back to the Bishop and Bear, and today we have something of a treat. Many cricket supporters will have recently heard a resounding thud on their doormat, or more likely a tiny tap on the door followed by the rapidly retreating footsteps of the Amazon delivery driver, because last week saw the launch of the 161st edition of the Wisden Cricketers Almanac. Quite a year it's been for cricket, on and off the field, and in its 1,552 pages, the Wisden Cricketers Almanac captures and comments on much of it. Its editor, we think, deserves a very large drink. And as luck would have it, he's in our pub today. Welcome to the Bishop and Bear, Lawrence Booth. What can we get you?
Thank you very much for having me. If I could start with a little gin and tonic, that would be just the ticket. Thank you.
We can, Tanqueray and tonic. Yeah,
thank you. Good.
Little nod to the Ramones, and you can have that. I think, let me see, I think it was Bill Shankly it was originally attributed to. He said something about managing Liverpool, which Bear will remember, is you don't run a club, you just take care of it for a while. You make it as good as it can be, and then you hope to leave it in a better place when you leave. This is your 14th year as editor of the Wisden Cricketers Almanac. Does that feel like being sort of a guardian of or caretaker of a kind of treasure?
Yeah, well, 13th actually. Well, yeah, I am working on my 14th. In fact, we proofread the first pages for Wisden 2025 yesterday, would you believe? So we're all, it's kind of fourth bridge job in a sense. But yes, I think you're right. It's a kind of it's the old cliche about evolution, not revolution. Don't mess it up for the next person after you. Keep it going. You know, an annual shouldn't really survive in the internet age. And yet I think because, as you mentioned, 161 years, it's got that history which makes it collectible, you know, which helps. We don't really know how many of our readers are collectors as such. We hope that there are new people who go into the shop and actually pick it off the shelves or click on Amazon, whatever, the Bloomsbury website. But it's a mixture of people, and you're trying to cater for them all, and you're trying to leave Wisden in as healthy, or if not healthier, place when you leave as when you found it. So yes. That's not a bad analogy to start with.
Well, I mean, obviously we're in a digital world. We're in a digital pub. Information and stats are instantly accessible anywhere you go. A touch of a keyboard pad on any device. What is the secret to a published work like the Wisden Cricketers Almanac staying relevant beyond just being kind of an institution in its own right?
Yeah, I think that is essentially the question I have to ask myself sort of every year, well, every day really. I mean, the moment the internet came in, Wisden had to adapt quite quickly. Now, our records, even when we go to print, by the time we publish about 6 weeks later, our record section, some of them will inevitably be out of date. I mean, someone may have broken Brian Lara's test record in the meantime, for example. But at the same time, the kind of experience of browsing through Wisden, I think readers would be sad not to be able to look up the fact that Brian Lara holds the test match record. You know, I think one of the nice things about Wisden is you choose how you read it. And some people still get exercised about the stats. So the record section still has to be there, but we have to be a bit smarter about how we present statistics. We have to try and have more Wisden-specific stats. I mean, for example, if you go to the test record section of Wisden, you'll see all the countries' records against each other, you know, from 1877 in England's Australia case, and the captains and the records for it's a very nice encapsulation. That's quite Wisden-y. We'd keep doing that throughout the book. You know, in reports of overseas series or whatever, we'll have lots of tables which we think are quite Wisden-y tables. You know, it's not just record 6th wicket stand for Sri Lanka against Zimbabwe. It's best figures by English spinners in India since the war, whatever takes our fancy, and stuff that we don't think people wouldn't necessarily be able to get with one click on the internet.
But we also,
Sorry,
I was
go on,
going to
yeah.
say that's very true, isn't it? I mean, there's certain stats that are pretty tricky to find. I'm no master at stats guru, I have to say, and there are frequently stats that I would love to know that I can't actually find because actually I don't know how to use some of the stats engines that will get me the right answer. So the more obscure ones are probably quite fun to have.
Yeah, you're trying to second guess what a Wisden reader might be interested in. I mean, we have to accept that Wisden readers are going to be pretty deep into their cricket, unless they're just a collector who stick the book on the shelf and never open it and hope to sell it all one day for a tidy profit. We want people to engage with the book and to surprise them with the stats. You know, we're trying to surprise hardcore cricket fans with stats. It's not terribly straightforward. But we're also trying to remind people that Wisden, to go back to the point about the internet changing things, that Wisden's a book to read. You know, we have 300 pages at the front of the book, which we hope are some of the best cricket writing going around, and we want to make that as good as possible. We want it, you know, that 300 pages is a book by itself. So we're trying to make that transition appeal to all the areas of our readership.
Well, I mean, I think this edition is 1,552 pages. We were delighted, by the way, that we worked out that 0.097% of those pages are taken up by our own Gary Naylor. What we wanted to know was how on earth did you get him to be so brief? Because we can have a bloody manager.
Tell you what, the red pen is a handy tool.
Well, yeah, it probably is. It probably is. You know, there was also some stat I think you heard at the beginning. There's if you laid all the pages of ever, it's 150,000 pages in total since 161 edition. If you laid them end to end, it would go to Lords, from Lords to the Oval and back about 3 times was a stat. I mean, I guess it depends whether you've got the paperback or the hardback or.
Well, I'm
talking
about tearing each page out, and each page counting as 2 pages, if you like, because there's stuff on both sides. So I'd worked this out quite, very Wisden-y. I asked my colleagues, so can we double check this? Yeah. 3.5 times as the crow flies between Lords and the Oval. So I was trying to get it in terms of a kind of a cricket sort of distance that people would make sense of. I guess if you don't live in London, nonsensical, but there we go.
Oh, we applaud statistical rigour, I can tell you.
Absolutely.
Especially as we measure the Lord's slope as 1.3 Tim Murters. So, that's we're always in favour of a good statistical analogy. What is interesting, though, and not just the scale, you talked, for example, about and we will go on and talk, I think, quite a bit about some of the writing at the beginning, because there is some great stuff there. I mean, some really nice stuff. But tell us a little bit, Lawrence, about the editorial process and how it works, because yes, your name's at the top, you are the editor, you've got a lot of sub-editors and a lot of content, a lot of stuff. How do you kind of even go about thinking what should go in, what gets kicked out, and how long it should be? It's a labour of love as well as a Herculean task, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean it is. I mean, there's a smallish editorial team. There's as well as me. There's Hugh Chevalier, the co-editor. There's Harriet Monkhouse, the statistical editor. Kit Harris is the assistant editor, and Stephen Lynch is now sort of semi-retired, but still our international editor. So they're the core team. There's a guy called Matt Bolton as a production coordinator who comes aboard late on in the year and makes sure that all the changes to proof have been correctly made. That's quite an important job, clearly. In terms of the extent of the book, it's often not till quite late in the year that we're sure what that extent is. We're kind of putting our finger in the wind slightly, and we asked Bloomsbury, our publisher, what extent they'd like. It's all a bit niche, this, but books have to be certain multiples of number. You can't just throw any old number at them and say we're going with 1,237. They would take a backward step at that. It needs to be, I think it's multiples of 16 at some point. So sometimes we might get to the last week and they'll go, look, this happened once actually, you're 10 pages short of the perfect number, so we have to flesh it out with a couple of pictures. Other times we're 6 pages over, so we have pages that we are ready to get rid of at the last second to hit that extent. In terms of the process, I mean, look, I mentioned the Fourth Bridge earlier. You are commissioning for the book that you're commissioning stuff for the following year's book before that year's book has come out. Anything that starts on January the 1st goes in the following year's book. If it starts on December the 31st, it comes out in the book that's about to come out. So we hate series that start on December the 31st. They're a nightmare because they have to be published. They have to go to press within a couple of months. I mean, that sounds like a lot of time, but when you've got 1,500 pages, you generally want that series to be, you want a year to work on it.
But what happens in the middle of an Ashes series in Australia, where actually the third test finishes around about New Year's Day or whatever, and then you've got 2 tests that come in the next year's book?
Yeah, well, they obviously have to go in that year's book, and you have to work quite hard. I mean, you're processing perhaps a 40, 50-page document for the Ashes in late January, which is not ideal, because I'm trying to write my editor's notes from middle of January onwards. I'm trying to get them done by the middle of February. We tend to go to press by the end of February. And what you don't want is, you don't really want to be processing any copy in the last fortnight. What you're doing there is going through the last set of proofs. You're doing cross-references on the pages, which again sounds quite niche, but can you imagine the amount of cross-refs we have? And we can only do them once we've got a page number. And so we can only sort out the page numbers right at the end. So the cross-refs is quite a tricky thing, which my colleague Hugh takes care of. He kicks me out by that stage, fed up of me. But so there are so many fiddly aspects to it beyond the commissioning and the editing and the reporting and the writing. I mean, look, I love it. I'm making it sound like it's unpleasant. It's not. It's an absolute privilege to have that sort of task thrown at you. But luckily, I've got an amazing team around me.
You get a lot. I mean, I guess part of the problem is you get too much stimulus, and what to leave out must be the issue. I mean, one thing that struck me is you picked some themes this year, which you could pretty much point to things that happened during the year that really stuck in most, I would imagine, certainly most English cricket fans' memories. For example, just start right on the front cover. You've got Stuart Broad celebrating, and there's a lovely piece on Stuart Broad in there. When you came to look at the cover, how long a discussion? What did you throw away before you said it's definitely Stuart, or was it always going to be Stuart?
No, it wasn't always. I mean, we tend to, by the end of the year, we're looking at the cover. Blooms, because we now do this at cover reveal in January online, and this year it's slightly later, but because we get one crack at Wisden in April, so we're trying to dot in other little areas where we can flag it up. So the cover reveal is quite useful. Broad was relatively straightforward because he was a massive figure in English cricket, over 600 wickets. He retired. He took the wickets that squared the Ashes, etc., etc. It was then
and the six,
and the six, yeah, and the Guard of Honour and everything. Really, it was then a question of choosing the image. I mean, we did have a discussion. There was one image of him kind of looking down the camera, kind of bowling like this, and looking down the cover of the book as if at the reader. I was quite taken by that. I thought that'd be a bit different, almost like you're facing Broad as the reader when you open it. But I could see that left a lot of empty space on the left and the right, a lot of dead space, and stylistically, from a design point of view, others didn't like that, and they went with them. And I've got it here. That kind of fills out. It is a better shape, isn't it?
Yeah. I reckon, if you were to do a poll of guerrilla cricket readers and you said, what would you want of Stuart Broad? I think celeb appeal would be the thing they'd most come back with, and I think you've definitely captured one of those pretty well, I think.
Yeah, we've got the celeb appeal featured in Jonathan Liu's piece as well. That was part of him. Yeah.
Well, let me ask you a question.
Liu? Oh, go on then. After you, Ben.
Well, I was wondering, do you expect next year's cover to be Jimmy Anderson then?
Good chance, isn't there? I mean,
yeah.
The thing is, let's say England win the World Cup in June, which is probably unlikely given how they played in India at the 50th World Cup, but you never know. So we might have an image to work with of Jos Buttler lifting a World Cup. We just have to wait and see what happens. I mean, if Jimmy retires with, the second most amount of Test wickets, which is probably the likeliest scenario.
Yes.
Then he's a good shout. But we're always. You adapt. You see what happens. There might be a woman who makes a strong case. Nat Siver may score 5 ODI hundreds in a row. You just have to wait and see. That's one of the fun parts of it.
She's strongly featured in this edition as well, if my memory's right, isn't it?
Yeah, leading woman cricketer in the world.
Absolutely. We'll come on to those.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a lovely phrase by Jonathan Liu, I think, which was describing Stuart Broad as a like a freak weather event. The Broad moment could come at any time, and thinking back on his career, that's a nice summary. No one's going to forget the 5 for 18 or whatever. Trent Bridge anyway was just absolutely incredible. Something else you've featured this year, and again I can kind of think why, I mean, it will come on to some of the more political stuff, because I think you do push some political envelopes, as they say, a wee bit this year, particularly on Indian dominance in funds distribution and the like. We are going to come on to that, I promise you. But something that made it to the surface this year, I thought, well, there's got to be a real good reason for that, and I can think of two obvious ones, and that's the spirit of cricket discussion. You had a number of people putting forth, ranging from don't see the point of it to at least some attempt at a sort of real definition of because it's got that preamble now in the laws, as it were. Tell us a bit about how you tackled that and who you selected and why to explore the points of view on spirit of cricket.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Johnny Bairstow being stumped by Alex Carey at Lords and then Angela Matthews being timed out in the World Cup. Those are the two things. And I just sense that those kinds of dismissals are on the increase, and the debate about the spirit of cricket and the polarisation, actually, where on the one hand there's the old English attitude, which is very much that the spirit transcends the law, and then there's the rest of the world, perhaps not Australia less so, but certainly in Asia, where the law transcends the spirit. So I wanted to reflect that debate, and I tried to get a wide range of voices. We've got Harsha Bhogle from India, we've got Michael Holding, we've got Arjuna Ranatunga, Chris Cowdery, Colin's son. Of course, Colin and Ted Dexter were responsible for that preamble about the spirit of cricket before the laws. So I was trying to get a balance with Heather Knight, who said that the preamble was wishy-washy and we could do away with it.
I agree. I read a piece yesterday, and I do tend to agree. I mean, of those two incidents, I think Alex Carey was kind of within his rights. We all got a bit upset about it, but actually, if you look at that going back, it was all within one movement. And Johnny Bairstow was a bit stupid, right? But Angelo Matthews, that was a disgrace to me. I mean, he had a broken helmet. He couldn't do anything about it. Has to wear a helmet. It's in the laws of the game, and totally out of order.
I agree. I mean, it was an interesting one though, because for those the literalists, as I call them, the ones who read the letter of the law and say that always applies, they had a problem with that. They were in a tricky position because instinctively you knew that what Bangladesh had done was not great. You're saying that Matthews should play with a dodgy helmet and risk his safety. Clearly not. And yet, by the letter of the law, as Murray Erasmus himself confirmed by holding the appeal, he had to go. So that's what interested me more in a sense than the Bairstow Carey one, because it's a problem that the law doesn't kind of cover these scenarios almost. It has sort of rough wording for types of scenario, but when you dig down sometimes, the law is inadequate to cover all the different scenarios that cricket can throw up. So I thought that was interesting.
Yeah. I mean, one of the other people you had in your list, I think, as I recall, is it the Dean of Durham?
Yeah.
I can't remember the chap's name, but I know he was the Dean. He drew some interesting parallels between theology and cricket, which I thought was kind of an interesting angle to sort of it was the balance of different points of view and and it wasn't all just cricketers.
No, I think
that sort of made it interesting to me, I think.
Yeah, I know, you go back to the old thing about wisdom being a social history. Benny Green used to say that, who anthologised wisdom in the late 70s. You pick up any edition of wisdom, hopefully, and you get some kind of sense of what's going on. So we like to, in the country at the time, so we like to get people from outside, sort of on the periphery of cricket fans who have a different perspective. So that was the thinking there.
Something else that clearly gets featured a lot, or certainly is quite central, and it's interesting how you can build connections very quickly. We just talked about the spirit of cricket and Johnny Bairstow. That leads you to the Lord's riot and rumble in with the stripy ties. But you feature a lot the ICC report. I think Michael Collins, who was one of the five who were ultimately charged with delivering that report, writes very impartially and kind of almost in a detached way as a cricket fan about that report. Again, was that something you felt we need to really bring this forward? It's just something that's so huge in particularly English cricket. We just can't ignore it.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, a couple of years ago we did, or maybe 3 years ago, Azim Rafiq did a piece for us in the wake of his revelations about what had happened at Yorkshire. David Hops wrote a piece alongside that about the kind of Yorkshire-ness of the situation. Then last year it kind of went a bit quiet as we awaited the verdict of the ICEC committee. And this year, I mean, it was we've had reports before in English cricket about racism, but they've generally been paid lip service to. And this felt different. I mean, there's no way we could ignore it. I mean, it was a serious piece of work. 317 pages, over 4,000 respondents were interviewed, and it threw up matters that went beyond racism. You know, elitism, sexism, which the authors, the report's authors will tell you are all interconnected. And Michael Collins is an incredibly lucid and thoughtful guy. I mean, look, I was sending an email to someone last night who was complaining about that piece because that person felt that the Collins has an anti-public school bias, and that, you know, he was against Eton v Harrow and all that. So I said, well, that's kind of the point. Look, Eton v Harrow, the privilege has been entrenched for so long that the moment someone kicks back against it, those who've been in privilege get tetchy, and which kind of proves the point in my view. So there was no way we could ignore that story, and Michael writes, you know, very cogently about it.
Well, you could have been leaning across the bar and reading my notes there, Lawrence, because I mean, literally, I've got a note here that says Lords can stage a women's test. Lords can't stage a women's test, but it has time for Eton and Harrow and Oxford and Cambridge. Neither of which I per se have anything necessarily against. To be honest, I was a public school boy, but the fact that you can't do, yeah, fair enough. But the fact that you can do one but can't do the other feels massively wrong to me. I slightly wonder if Middlesex are suffering from that in the 8 distribution of the women's franchises. I don't know whether you've got a point of view on that, and it's a bit of a distraction, to be fair.
Yeah, maybe that may well be the case. Well, I agree with you. I mean, the MCC, the person who was having this email exchange was making the point to me that no one at MCC would object to an England women's test match. That's fine. There's one thing not to object to it, it's another to actually go ahead and stage one. So, look, it was interesting to me that the voices of, this is the case, they are the voices of privilege, hitting back at the voices without privilege, sort of making fairly reasonable points, I thought. I mean, Michael Collins' pieces should not be controversial. He's basically looking at a way in which cricket can be made more accessible to all kinds of demographics. It's not blaming the public schools for the situation. I mean, that's a misunderstanding. The public schools can't be blamed for having excellent cricket facilities. The issue is that the rest of the setup is so geared towards the privilege that is entrenched there. You know, if you're a state school kid, you have far less chance of going through the pathway, as they call it, than if you are being spoon-fed from an early age of prep and public school. I mean, that surely stands to reason. So Michael Collins' piece is a constructive attempt to show how English cricket might move forward by bringing everyone with it. It's not an anti-public rant.
Yeah, I know, but this has been going on for years, isn't it? I mean, my kids go to state school; they don't play any cricket. You know, I tried to get my son, actually. I tried to get him into cricket. Took him along to my club, and the problem is my club was basically dulledge old boys, and he kind of hated it because they're all a bunch of stuffy little kids, and he's mixed race, and they're all, white, posh, and he actually didn't like it very much.
Right.
They found it a bit of a turn-off, and I couldn't therefore get him into cricket.
That's a great shame. That's a cricket.
Yeah, it is a great shame, but it does seem the way. I mean, it's trying to get kids into cricket generally is hard enough as it is, especially in club cricket within an inner city. Trying to get them to take Saturdays off to actually play a sport all day is also very tricky.
Just by way of a diversion, I was at East Molesey Cricket Club last night because someone was actually interviewing me. It was for a school project, but they'd hired the camera. It's a member of the family, I've got to admit. And the question I was being asked, essentially was, how do you prove that cricket is still fun to someone who hasn't necessarily discovered it or doesn't like it? He asked me some great questions, but in the background there were 70, 80 kids. And I mean, East Molesey's pretty well heeled. It's right on the banks of the Thames. I don't know if you know it, Lawrence. It's a beautiful ground. So I had a good old look around. I didn't count them one by one, but I definitely saw a very broad mix of both gender, ethnicity, and everything there, and a volume of those kids. As I was being asked all these sage questions about why cricket really is fun. So that I took as a real sort of sense of encouragement, to be honest. And if they ever listen to this podcast, well done East Molesey for for doing it.
Well, I mean, you look at Ebony Brent's work with the ACE program, and we were told for years that the African Caribbean community weren't interested in cricket anymore. All it needed was Ebony to dig around a bit in South London, and they're all there waiting to be asked. And they're now on county sort of age group programs. I mean, ECB should be totally ashamed. They should be ashamed by what ACE have done, really, because ACE has shown that if there's a will, there's a way, and that's Michael Collins' argument essentially.
She's got Chevy as well, who's been a fantastic lieutenant, probably more than a lieutenant now, I would hope, because he's just been relentless and tireless in helping that expanded to other counties.
Well, thank you to the Bishop and the Bear. We may well catch back up with that on the innings break, but the players are coming back out. Bharat, if you can hear us, you can rejoin us for these overs. And Jez, I can see you're there. So we can resume at 119 for 3. After exactly the halfway point of the first innings. It's going to be this man's going to have a bowl. Maybe they think the hail has freshened the wicket up a bit. But it's going to be another Englishman.
I am Liam Livingston. I play for the Lightning. My one-day kit is blue, but for the tests it's white.
So bear with us on YouTube till I figure this out. Doesn't that just sort of... What the bloody hell?
You're channeling your inner bear.
I certainly am. I'm not at full swearing yet. Why does that not just work when I double click it? I'd have to... Ugh. I can hear shouting. Put the zoom back. Put this back on the YouTube. Why don't I just double click that? Ooh.
Well, you see, it's all a learning process.
Okay. Bharat, are you with us? He says he's on here. Yeah. Right, Livingston is in. It's a huge full toss, and it's bunted up to long on for a single.
So we have room for a Jack or a Bharat.
Well, I'm sure. Well, we just had an email from Bharat, a message from Bharat saying he was going to do this 11 to 15, but I'm sure it'll turn off in a second. Right, that brings. Oh, I'm going to do more jingly stuff. That brings new batsman on strike. He bunts another one out to deep cover. That will just be a single. Gosh darn it, can't find him either. He should be in Australia. Hang on.
Bharat is here. Atop this, the Golden Gate Bridge.
Yep. Livingston bowls are wide, and this is the batsman.
We are the Cameron Green Appreciation Society. God save Mitchell Marsh's brand of all-round variety.
And Kohli somehow back on strike. Oh yeah, they got a single. He punches that one out to point for no run. Just 2 runs off 3 balls from Livingston so far. That's a good start for him. Players coming back in after what looked like a hailstorm, and a bit of turn there for Livingston. Can't believe it. He bowled quite a good leg spinner there, and no one's more surprised than him by the look of it. Right, Bharat, are you with us?
Yes.
We had a bit of a conflab in the green room, and after this over, as Livingston's in again, that one's driven out by Kohli out to deep point. After we've done this over, would you like to do ball by ball for the rest of this little stint?
Sure.
Yep. Okay, well I'll just finish this one off. That's a single to Kohli. He's on to 44. 123 for 3 in the 11th. Players just getting used to being out there again. Livingston bowls very full, bottom of the bat from green, punched up to long off for a single. So Jez, if you can catch us up on any social media during that break, and then I can hand over to Bharat.
Thank you. Matt's joined us on YouTube. He says, Wilf afternoon, primates. Just got home from spirometry appointment. I don't even know what spirometry is, Matt. Fuck, what's the rain prognosis? Love and sausages. He also says, what do you call a bedpan in Russia? I don't know. What do you call a bedpan in Russia, Muttley? And that's all we have at the moment on YouTube, and nothing new on Twitter, because I suspect people are only just realising we're back. So it's all yours, Bharat. It's interesting, this sort of restart, isn't it? Everybody's got a chance to recharge their batteries. It's almost like opening all over again, isn't it?
This actually happened in the World Cup as well, but that was due to fog.
That's right. Yes.
Well, this one's hail, so we got all sorts of things happening.
Okay, so Coley drives out to the covers for a single.
I think there was an extra run due to some clownish wicket keeping from Bairstow. It's not entirely clear. He fumbled the throw and they got through for an extra one.
I find that hard to believe. Clownish wicket keeping from Bairstow.
I know.
Rahul bowls a low full toss and it's gone for 4 over extra cover. I'm surprised that's not a 6 these days. Usually full tosses go out the ground.
Yeah, it wasn't quite full. He just eased it over extra cover.
Played with the turn there. Good shot.
Yeah, it's nice placement.
Chahar bowls again. This time it's slightly shorter, gets away with it. No run to mid-wicket.
Dharam Salast, even in the darkness, managing to look fantastic with that arched pavilion.
Another full.
It was a low full toss, yeah.
Yeah, low full toss, driven to long on for 1.
I don't know if you have the capacity, but it may be necessary to mute Jack's Zoom, Andy.
I'm not sure if I can do it. We'll see if we can. It's someone's. Yeah, I can, yeah.
It's another fuller one driven out to extra or wide mid-off, sorry, for a single. I wonder what the pitch is playing like after the rain.
I seem to get those covers on pretty quickly, as they usually do, but there's bound to be but it was raining a bit before they went off.
It looks like it's skidding on a little bit, but that one's played out for a dot ball to regulation cover.
Well, Chahar certainly seemed to...
33.
Yeah, Chahar certainly seemed to benefit, because his first over went for 18 and that one only for... well, one boundary only went for about 8, I think.
Oh dear, I'm sorry to have to warn you that Muttley's joke is not... It's not the greatest. It's a Tony Bishop standard. What do you call a bedpan in Russia? A Putin. Oh dear.
I wouldn't open with it.
Spirometry is lungs and breathing stuff. Thank you for that. Yeah, you certainly wouldn't open it, would you?
No. Plenty of T20 cricket coming up. We're going to have the end of the IPL. We're going to squeeze in a quick 4-match series between England and Pakistan, who are warming up for the World Cup in the West Indies by playing in England. Seems rather pointless. Still money.
Livingston comes on and it's just chipped over him to long off for a single by Green.
Just chipped past him, really. He had half a shot at that if he just Inspector Gadgeted that left arm. He wasn't far away from that one, no.
Seems like a good move from the captain, bringing 2 spinners on here.
Livingston's bowling well, turning the ball away. Certainly Kohli has had his documented issues with spin in this tournament.
Kohli plays that to short third man for a single. Good running there.
He's also had issues scoring quite quickly in the power play and then slowing down after it, which again may be happening here to a degree.
Yeah, well, Cameron Green's had a pretty appalling IPL with the bat. 33 and 37, or is it only double-figure scores on an 18?
Well, here's a chance for him to get some more. He's got plenty of overs to play. That's played out to wide long on for a single. Livingston comes in and bowls to Kohli. He hoiks it slightly across the line through mid-wicket for a boundary. Very ugly shot for Kohli, but effective.
I'm going to give him a little bit more credit there. It was very full, and I think he snapped his wrists down on it very quickly and effectively. That brings him up to 50, so we'll do the boundary first.
2 + 2 is our member.
And a quick 50 jingle.
And again, same result. Almost stopped by Curran there, but not quite.
Same area, but more aerial that one, and the fielder almost had a shot at catching that. Couldn't quite grab it.
I think he heard you. Andy.
Yeah. So
Accelerate.
a couple of fours off the last two balls rather spoiled Livingston's figures as well. He's on 0 for 17 off 2. It's 144 for 3 off 13.
So they should get 220 at this rate.
Yeah, I think they should be looking around there with batsmen to come.
I think, yeah, if the rain hasn't seriously affected things, I would think they'd be looking for at least 220, maybe more than that, because the history over the last few matches has been the last 4 overs have been worth at least 60 runs, generally more.
Often the case, yeah. Well, Harshall's going to continue.
Harsh has gone for 12, so let's see if he can come back. He bowled really well in the last game against CSK with his slower dipping Yorkers. Let's see what he can do under the lights. Harshall comes in, bowls a very full delivery, which is driven down to long on.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. You called it. It was a slower dipping Yorker. But you've got to get those exactly right, or they will disappear.
Especially at Dharamsala, where it's easy to hit sixes due to the altitude.
Yeah, you've got to get them going first, though. That's the thing.
And even though it's in Dharamshala, plenty of Kohli and RCB fans in the crowd.
Certainly are.
So Kohli's batting against his former teammate, who runs in, and again it's a fairly full delivery. Kohli flicks to deep mid wicket, and it will be a single.
There's no sense of rush about Kohli at the moment, is there? You feel like he's quite happy to bat at a reasonable rate for the next 3 overs, and if necessary explode towards the end.
Yep, I'm sure that's what he's thinking.
I think his role is potentially not to be the explosive partner. Harsha Patel bowls a length delivery outside off. Cameron cuts it to the point boundary.
Well, it was a strange one because he cut it down into the ground straight on the line of the fielder, but it bounced so high it bounced right over him.
It's a very good shot.
It is. He used his height there, Cameron Green, to get on top of the bounce. And as you're saying, if Kohli's not going to be the explosive batsman, then Green is obviously going to have to do that. He's on to 15 off 10.
Harshall comes in and again bowls a very, very full delivery. Again he drives it to long on for a single. It's turning out to be a decent over, just 7 off it so far.
Yep.
2 balls to go.
It's all about whether they can find another boundary off these last 2 balls, and Green has watched a number of players and indeed a number of his countrymen score at an electric pace in this tournament, which he has not really kept up with. He's still in that Australian squad, I believe. He is, isn't he?
Yes, he is. Yeah. It's almost impossible to get out of that squad.
Yeah, it's harder to get out than in, definitely.
That's a length ball outside off. Kohli plays it over the infield out to deep cover for 1.
Actually came down the wicket at the bowler there. May have seen him and pulled it back a little bit shorter, or it may have been what he was bowling anyway, but it ended up turning a short ball into a length ball. That's why he could only get the 1.
So 1 ball to go, 8 off the over. Let's see what Harshapaten can do here.
Ah, that's more like it.
Oh, that's been smashed, but straight to long off by Cameron Green for a single. So that's a pretty good over under the circumstances. 153 for 3.
Yeah, again he used his height and just he seemed to hit it very well, but you know, you get the sense that from that position he could have put that more towards a gap, and as you say, it was straight to the man in the deep and just a single.
Yes, you get the feeling with Green that he's still learning the craft in white ball cricket in terms of placement, because he hits at 2 fielders an awful lot, it seems to me. And Muttley has kindly shared with us a screenshot of his win yet again in his IPL match Mahjong win. You win every Thursday, Muttley. Do you always win, or do you wait till you get a winning one to share with us? It's like people share their Wordles until they get it wrong, and then they just sort of forget to post it.
Yep, I stopped doing that the day they sold it to the New York Times. Sellouts.
Okay, Livingston's back. And it's a dead ball. Cameron Green's distracted by something there.
Everybody's waving their hands around at something. Or someone, more likely someone.
Okay, here we go. Livingston comes in. Bowls it on a good length, turning away from Green, who punches it back to the bowler. No run.
Again, possibly an example of where Green lacks a bit of subtlety. Rather than angling the bat down somewhere for a single, he just punched it back where it came from.
This time it's on the leg stump, fullish. It's been flicked out to deep mid-wicket for a single.
35 off 27, the partnership. Is that what you're looking for? This stage of the innings, only 3 wickets down. I think it's a bit light for me. The run rate's actually dropping thanks to this partnership. They were on 11 before.
Ooh, Kohli cuts it off the stumps, and it's gone to short third man for a single. That was a very risky shot.
Yeah, he'll probably argue it wasn't. That is what I was talking about. It was practically the same ball, and Kohli just found a way to angle his bat and pick up a single. Oops, Green pulls away again.
I think they're playing mind games now. I think Livingston saw Green move towards the leg side and didn't want to bowl.
Oh yes, you might be right actually.
That's a fullish delivery on middle stump, driven out to long off for a single. Only 3 off 4 balls so far, so they've got to go now.
Yes, this is getting a little bit too pedestrian. You shouldn't really be letting Livingston bowl without going for a boundary in an over, especially at this stage. Yeah.
Oh, that's a very good shot. Launched for 6, I believe. Is that 6?
It sure is. I think, yep, Kohli was of the same mind. He just get a slog sweep away over mid-wicket.
Slightly too full there and right in the arc for Kohli.
I think he was of the same mind as me. I think he decided we can't let this over go without a boundary. Kohli being Kohli, having just got one, now it's the last ball. You watch him take a single.
Livingston bowls it short.
Yep.
Kohli drives it off the back foot to long off.
Well,
might get 2 here.
He would have if the fielder hadn't just thrown it away on picking it up. I would blame you for that, Harshal Patel. I predicted that and you messed it up.
Oh dear. Muttley confesses that he waits till he gets a winning one to post it.
Yeah, of course, that's how social media works.
I've been fluctuating around 25-26% win ratio. It's in a 4-player game against bots. That's okay for a beginner. As for
you're playing against... Didn't know you were playing against bots. You didn't tell us that.
Yeah. And he posts his Wordle, win or lose. That's very brave of you, Muttley. And I'll be back with you in the second innings.
Okay, well, thanks, Barrett, and sorry you were kind of denied 5 overs by the rain, but those are the breaks sometimes. So, Jack, I think if you could come back in and join us. There you are, and you want Jack to do ball by ball?
Yes, Jack can do ball by ball. Of course
I think we're on a timeout break anyway, so...
Perfect.
Yes.
What I can tell you is the Himachal Pradesh Stadium, or Dharamsala. The average first inning score is only about 170 something. I know it's only 12 games since about 2010.
Yeah, times have changed though.
Remember, well, the Chennai Super Kings, who decent batting side, aren't they? They defended 167 in the only game of this season.
Yeah, I'll allow you this season, but should we just throw all previous seasons in the bin where it comes to like averages and statistics?
Okay, so whether or not this is a good score, it doesn't give the impression of being on a little body of evidence, which I know you're sceptical about, both of you, because you're both quite statistically oriented. But look at a good, decent side like CSK, who defended comfortably enough. A very modest 167 score. So
who was that against?
Against Punjab Kings.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Because this is their sort of
home
away from home ground, isn't
yeah,
it?
Sorry, yeah. The way they flit around ground sometimes.
So I don't think, particularly against well, I mean RCB don't have the best bowling attack, do they? From what?
Don't have the best in the sense of probably the worst.
Well, okay, there we are then. So, definitely, well, there we are then. But either way, I wouldn't say it's that bad a score. That's where I'm sort of trying to go with this.
Yeah, but I think I'm saying that they hit a couple of boundaries towards the end there, but 35 off 27 from this partnership seemed a bit light to me.
Well, doesn't Virat have a bit of previous on that in a game recently?
A lot of previous for this,
he's become a bit Dhoni-esque in places where is he looking after himself at the expense of the over rate?
A lot of people are asking that. A lot of people are asking that question. Yes, in true Trumpian style.
What does Jack think? He knows more than me about all things IPL.
All things?
Well, all things IPL. Yeah, not all things. Well, you may do, but.
Well, let's get that to that in a second. We're going to see some Sam Curran action. He starts with wide delivery, which is slapped by Cameron Green, and a skating fielder at extra cover manages to cut it off. They'll come through for a single. So what's the question that we're trying to answer to get to the bottom of?
The question, well, I think it starts with what sort of score are they heading for, and is it likely to be a good one? And if it was around about 160, 170, is that bad? My argument is no, I don't think it necessarily is.
Well, they're on 164.
Oh, okay, then it would be awful. So in actual fact,
yeah.
From here it would be great.
They're going okay in the context of scores on this ground. The next one was a more interesting one, which is the Kohli question, which we'll come back to.
As Curran is in, that's a shot and a half. That's a slog sweep off Sam Curran by Kohli, and he's hit that miles. That's a 6.
Well, I think we can probably ditch the Kohli question about whether he's looking after his average more than the team's progress. I think that would be a preemptive strike.
Yeah,
92 metres.
Seen him do a fair few times this year. Play the slog sweep. It's not really a Kohli shot, but it shows even old dogs like Kohli, the oldest dog.
No, Dhoni's the oldest dog.
can learn new tricks. There's one who's forced across by Sam Curran, and that will be wided. Looking for that full Yorker, or that wide Yorker rather, and not finding it on that occasion. He's going well here, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. He is now.
We can say that.
Yeah, 73 off 39. It's close to about 180 strike rate.
It's close to 200. Yeah, only a couple short.
Got a chance for a ton if he faces enough balls over the last 28.
The dedicated man on Kohli Cam is going to be in heaven if he gets a ton.
Yeah, here comes Curran. Can he do anything to slow him down? No, he can bowl another wide though. As the score ticks over up to 173 now. I'd like to go back to the score question. I think we're looking at 220 here.
Which would be very high for Dharamsala.
It would be very high.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I will concede.
I think
that.
the highest
Yeah.
team score, in fact, is somewhere around 220 at the ground over as a whole. I may have to check that for you, but stick with me, caller, and I'll let you know that answer.
I think the interesting.
Are these IPL matches that you're?
Yes, they
talking
are.
about, Tony?
Yes, I
Yeah.
am talking about IPL matches.
As Kohli takes a single down the ground, Curran taking all the pace off of that one and bowling on a length.
Well,
Highest team innings, 232 for 2 by the Punjab Kings, and that was back in 2011 against, interestingly enough, RCB.
Well, maybe we're looking at the wrong end. Why is Cameron Green only on 20 off 16?
Because he's rubbish.
Asked and answered.
There we are. Somewhat subjectively, but I'm sure the stats are there to back it up.
It's a massive waste of money. He's not rubbish, but he's rubbish for a player who costs 15% of your budget. That's going to be 4, I think. Driven straight back over the head of Sam Curran. Nearly took the umpire's head off. It's a good shot that time. And as I said, 4 runs.
Now my innings going. Great guns. I hit the ball. 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
Well, it's 2 of the big buys from last season going head to head here. The other one, Ben Stokes, is of course had his feet up on the sofa. But Curran isn't having a great IPL. I saw a table from our friend Dan Weston saying of all the batsmen who faced 150 balls in this IPL, Curran is at the bottom in terms of number of sixes hit.
Yeah, he was bowling quite well, but wheels have come off a little bit in the last few games. There's an almighty swipe from Cameron Green. Will turn the strike over. A little bit ugly that time, ball trickling to where mid-off would be.
I mean, I know it's a skill to get when you get it right, but deliberately spearing a ball wide of a batsman just isn't. To me, it's an ugly tactic. I know it's a legitimate tactic, but it's an ugly tactic.
It is. But you put anything anywhere near the slot these days if a batsman's in the mood.
178, by the way, is the highest ever run chase achieved at Dharamsala, which is not huge, is it?
Like that.
That'll be another 6.
Yeah, don't put the ball there.
Full. That's a half volley wide of off stump, and Kohli picks it up, dumps it over Long On's head, about 50 metres over Long On's head.
So our friend Cave Rapper, is he getting a bit of tap? Our friend Cave Rapper.
Oh, I say, chap, give me any lip.
Hey, Cave Rapper's bowled out.
He did okay, actually.
Yeah.
We bowled him 4 overs up front, welcome to the IPL, and he did all right. Got him off for 36, and I think he took a wicket or 2.
You've got to take a wicket or 2.
The bowlers left, I think pretty much all of them are capable of taking a hammering here. We've got Arshdeep with 2 overs, Harshal with 2 overs, Rahul Chahar with 2 overs. They're going to go to Harshal on 1 over for Sam Curran, but I'd be surprised if he bowls himself again. That's one of the advantages of being captain, isn't it?
Oh, picking your time to bowl, 100%. I've seen many captains who benefited from that.
Oh, Muttley's been telling us about his Wordle technique, amongst other things. There is an interesting question from a certain Jeremy Henderson, though, which I'll give you after this over, because it's very much to Jack.
Here's Cameron Green hunched over his bat. Looks too small in his hands, and he'll pick up 4 with a big, thick edge past the third man fielder who is in the ring. 189 for 3.
That one goes on a bit, so yeah, continue.
Well, that's all right. The question to Jack was, how was the dinner with Joel Garner? We need a report.
Oh, it was a 4-hour dinner.
Wow.
To begin with.
He's a tall fellow. It takes a long time to swallow. Yes.
Yeah, it was really good fun, actually. Slightly bizarre, as you could probably imagine. It was me, the 2 guys from the Cricket Podcast, Joel Garner, Ian Bradshaw, who you might remember from the 2004 Champions Trophy final.
Yeah.
And Simon Hughes, the analyst.
Oh, interesting.
As Harshal bowls the ball, and I think that's been hit so far the
Disappeared.
camera's lost sight of it. Yeah, it's gone for 6, straight back over the bowler's head. It's an almighty hit from Cameron Green, and it's 195 now for RCB.
The number of the day really hops and kicks. The number of the day is 666.
And what did Joel have?
Joel had 100 ml of Bajan rum. to kick things off.
Excellent.
And then we had a 7-course Yorker here. Cameron Green will pick up a single to mid off a 7-course Chinese tasting menu, which he seems to be pretty happy with, I'd say.
Excellent. Excellent. I'm trying to think how much is 100 millilitres. That's not a lot, is it?
I think it's a fair amount of Barbadian rum.
Oh, is it? Okay.
It's four single measures.
Oh, all right. And was that? What else
Yeah.
did he drink? What else was he necking for the?
Well, he'd
course
had
of the
2
evening?
Bajan rums in the hotel before he got there with Cedric from Visit Barbados.
Okay.
So,
Righto.
he was having a good time, was Joel. A wide from Harshal Patel. Harshal Patel was saying this week that he's taken inspiration from Bumrah. He wants to become the best death bowler in the world, just like Bumrah. It's hard to see here what inspiration he's taken.
Does
I'm not sure any
inspiration
of
gain
this-
you an extra 15 kilometres an hour? Because that's about what he needs.
Yeah, it's not. I'm not sure this is what Bumrah would be doing in this scenario.
Spearing in the Yorkers,
good-
wouldn't he, rather than attempting to bowl them wide?
And that's going to go for 4, I imagine, as well. Oh no, actually, there's going to be a fielder. Slashed over point by Virat Kohli, and Rahul Chahar will actually get to one of them. And they'll only take a single here. 198 for 3. Yeah, well, it's not nice guy, Joel. I don't know if anyone's ever spoken to him or heard him talk.
No, I haven't glad-handed many pro cricketers in my life. The odd one, but not many.
Yeah. Quite contemptuous of the IPL, I'd say. Very much a traditionalist.
I think
sure
he'd have
many
done
people would be
pretty
happy
well.
to hear.
He'd have done pretty well if he'd have been around in his day.
Yeah, I think he probably would have. As one is hit back at the bowler by Cameron Green, bobbles into the offside, and they come through for a single. Was that a chance or not?
I don't think so. No. Green often hits the ball into the ground so hard it bounced. Yeah, that's what he did.
Yeah,
It bounces up
exactly.
to catchable height.
Yeah, good piece of fielding actually.
You've upset Jay Graver, Jack. I can tell you that.
It doesn't take
What
much
have I done?
usually.
Well, you might have to wait till the end of the over. Which
Right.
it's only one ball.
Here comes Harshal. He goes. That is a Yorker. That's a successful Yorker. And Kohli can only pick up a single there. He ambles through to keep the strike. Lots of runs from that one. The score is an even 200 for 3, and there are 3 overs to go. So this could get really nasty for Punjab here.
Jay said, the 2 guys from the cricket podcast, you little scratch claw fuck. That is a little bit like Mick Jagger calling Charlie Watts, "This is my drummer." It's those other 2 guys from my show.
Right. Well, I'm glad.
A bit of food
Glad
porn.
we've got a rise out of Joe. Joe. What's
Joe.
his name?
Jay.
Jeff.
Jay, you're getting your Joels and your Jay confused. Muttley sent us some food porn, mainly for Messi. It looks like an absolute lorry load of
Meat.
salami and
Yeah.
meat and cheese, but it looks very good. Looks like Bavarian cheese and salami to me. But it looks very tasty, I will grant you that.
Tell you what, Kavarappa on debut has the best economy and 2 out of the 3 wickets, so I think he's had a really good day.
Well, there you go then.
Yep, Kohli's on 82, so I think a lot of the entertainment over the next 3 overs will be derived from seeing whether he can get up to his century. I mean, he's got to be odds on at this point.
Yep. Even if he got equal, half the balls 9, you'd fancy him to get 18 off 9 at this stage.
There's a substitution. The umpire has signalled. Not sure what it is. We just know. Oh, so Kavarappa is off.
Why would
And-
they do that now and not at the break? It's a bit strange. Jitesh Sharma's
Who
in to
knows?
bat. Yeah.
Yeah. Or do it after he'd bowled his overs and let the fast bowler have a rest. I don't know. You
200
never try and work
200
out
up.
It's
what
hard, yeah.
Punjab are thinking. Yeah. Arshdeep's in, driven straight by Kohli into the stumps at the other end, and it knocks one of them out the ground. That looks like it's stump Mike's stump, so we'll probably have about a 3-hour break here. We'll put that back in.
That was one of those shots you'd describe as too good. It was such a perfect straight drive.
Yeah.
It
he
actually
might
stopped
actually
him
have
scoring runs.
broken the stump here, I think.
Oh, Virat. Do you think they charge
Oh,
him?
no.
Dock his wages?
Probably. Anyway, it's a dot ball. An effective delivery from Arshdeep. Do that again.
Sammy Curran will be making notes.
A wide Yorker this time, driven. That's a pretty good shot. Driven for 4 through extra cover.
Yeah, that was beautiful timing. It's a little bit aerial just because it sprung off the bat so quickly, but fielder was never in the game.
Yeah, that's that was one of those tracer bullet ones, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I'll give you one other interesting kind of, well, very much Dharamsala IPL related stat in a minute.
So I'm looking forward to it.
I'm
As
sure you can't
Arshdeep
wait.
comes in, he's got a diagonal run which takes him in from behind the umpire. This time Kohli finds space over
How did he
third
do
man.
that?
And he hits a 6 over third man out the middle of the bat. That's a good shot.
I don't know how he did that. He just kind of fenced at that ball and then it just went and went and went. Maybe it is the altitude, I don't know. It was almost like a check. I can't describe it.
Yeah, it's a really hard one to describe. He opens the face on it and hits it for 73 metres for 6 over.
Not off the
maybe not
quickest
quite third
bowler,
man.
he was a slower ball bouncer.
Yeah.
He's got
great timing.
yeah, it's like he's got magic springs in his bat, but I think they're actually in his arms.
Dropped, if you remember, on nought
Yeah.
and then 10. So Punjab have done this to themselves to some extent. Arshdeep switching to over the wicket. This time bowling a wide, well wide actually, of that blue line.
If I do remember, the first one went right up into the outfield and someone had to chase round backwards. It wasn't an easy one. And I think the second one was at cover and probably should have been caught.
I thought it was the other way round in terms of
Yeah,
catchability.
could
I
have
thought
been.
the one that went to point was very catchable and the fielder screwed up, ran all round it and had to put a dive in. And the second one was a decent effort by, I think, Riley Russo. But, you know, different
There's
tastes
a chance.
and all of that. And he is out.
Yep.
Oh.
He drives at one in the air
It's
to deep
Russo
point,
again,
and
yeah.
he will fall on 92. It's a decent catch. That ball was dying on him a little bit, and he goes Australian style to make sure he can watch it into his hands. Unlucky for Kohli, but he's more than done his work there. It's a good innings, 92 or 47.
It wasn't I mean, because it was a full ball rather than a short ball, but he did rather check it in a similar style, as if he was maybe just expecting to just ease that one over extra cover for 6, and just didn't quite get the line right. So he won't be able to add another century to his tally. He is the leading IPL 100 scorer, is he? I think he is.
I think he's on. I think it's 8-7, him v Joss Buttler.
Yeah.
But for the England fans out there, Joss Buttler's played half the games of Kohli, so
Yeah,
we can
yeah.
safely say that Joss Buttler is better than Kohli.
Well, they might yet be facing each other in a huge World Cup game next month. We will see. Right, we've got a new batsman. And it's going to be perfect time for him, you think, the finisher.
Oh, is it Dinesh, the mighty Dinesh?
That would have been great if I could have found the jingle and just gone straight into it. And he's not there at all. Okay. Oh, yes,
Random
he is.
IPL
Yes, he
guy.
No, he is. I just went past it.
Danish caretaker had some questions to ask when he found out DJ he was shagging his wife. Oh shit.
Allegedly. Yeah, I think Dinesh Karthik would be justifiably angry if we played generic IPL guy jingle for him.
Shall I?
Yeah, so play the one about someone cheating on him, or cheating on his wife cheating on him.
Yeah, that's much better. Yes.
Yeah, much rather have that one. Arshdeep in short, and first ball he is hit in the stomach, and that looks like it hurt. Don't rub it.
In terms
they
of
say, but he's giving it a
lookalikes,
good rub.
when we look down the track at him about to face that ball, admittedly with his helmet on and his now greying beard, he reminded me of Eric Cantona. Am I the only one that can see that sort of vague similarity there between Dinesh Karthik?
Do you
and
mean
Eric
sort
Cantona?
of modern Eric Cantona, who does have that salt and pepper.
No,
thing
yes,
going
I mean current day, yes, contemporary Cantona, not historical Cantona. There,
Tony, I'm afraid
he looks like Eric Cantona.
he doesn't look anything like him.
It's definitely. The more he looks like that, the more he looks like Eric Cantona. Any minute now, he's going to launch
He's
himself.
just a man with a beard.
He's going to launch himself into the
Tony-
Dharamsala crowd.
Tony,
and
when the
karate
sardines
kick
follow
someone.
the trawler.
Yes.
He's going to hit a 6. That's what he's going to do. That time it's full outside off stump. Not a dissimilar ball to the one that got Coley, except this one is hit a lot straighter and a lot further.
I think the ground record is under threat here,
Very much so.
or the IPL ground record.
Super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, super shatter, rocka, rocka, super shatter.
Yeah, 217 for 4, 2 overs to go. Green is set, Kartik the finisher. I mean, they could get to 250 from here.
They could easily do that. Muttley, by the way, says, "Yep, it's German meat and cheese selection, then some Polish pate." Or you could read that as Polish pate, which would be my instructions to my hairdresser. Right, I'll go over. He's operating in across multiple media. Is Mutters today?
We're going to have Harshal again, fed back into the meat grinder.
Oh, it's no joke bowling these last overs in the IPL these days. Everyone's trying to hide, not catch the captain's eye. Come up with a calf strain.
I think particularly so in situations like this. I mean, you've basically got a specialist 6-hitter and a guy who's faced 20 balls and is fairly handy when he gets going himself.
Yeah.
Actually, they've made a change. It's not going to be Harshal. It's going to be Rahul Chahar, the leg
That
spinner.
is-
So I think that's quite
is a
clever.
bold move, Cotton. We'll see if it pays off.
I like this. I'm happy to say that
Yeah.
before the over. Like, it might not pan out, but I think it's a better choice than going for Harshal Patel, who took some major punishment last time he bowled. Anything under 12 here that is a big win.
No, to be fair, it
be
is
honest.
certainly a brave choice, and yeah, it'll be easy to say if we like it or not after the over. But you've rightly nailed your colours to the mast before.
I think from Punjab's point of view, there's if you bowl Harshal Patel, he's going to go for 12 to 20, as Rahul Chahar comes, I don't know, through and over first ball, and is hit for 4 by Cameron Green through extra cover, so immediately under pressure.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
Now, if that fielding graphic was correct, they've got 3 men behind square on the ring on the offside. I've seen teams do 2 quite a lot. 3?
Yeah, it's
if that's correct.
I've seen England do this with spinners before, and I didn't think it worked then. That was a while ago. That was when Matt Parkinson was playing. So he comes in again through and over. It's a really weird bowling action. It tricks your brain, and it tricked Cameron Green that time, who will only pick up a single with a miscue into the leg side.
It really does. If someone ran up to bowl like that to you at the weekend, you'd be going, "What? What do you mean right arm over coming from there?"
Yeah, a friend of mine did try it in a Sunday friendly.
How'd it go?
Predictably badly. You could literally see the look of horror on his face as he realised he had no idea what position his body was in when he tried to deliver the ball. And, I think it bounced about 4 times and got hit.
Here's one for you. I faced up the first ball of the innings once in a second.
As Chahar is in, that's on a length. It's hit hard and it will float over the rope. It looked like it was going to die a little bit there, but it carried on going. Slog swept 4-6 over deep mid wicket.
Yeah, and the umpire goes right arm over, so I thought, okay. And he gets in his delivery stride, and it becomes apparent that he's at the last millisecond that he's bowling left arm round. And it was a bit disconcerting. And luckily I didn't get out or anything. Do you think I have a case for a no ball if I'd got out?
I don't know if they. I thought it was if the bowler did it without telling anyone.
No, I know. That's the grey area. Yeah.
As Chahar is in, that's swept fine and fielded quite well by the man on the 45 who turns and throws but isn't quick enough to get Cameron Green run out. They scuttle through for a single. We've had 12 off the first 4 balls. The score is at 228. I think we need 2 good balls here for my claim that this was a decent move to be vindicated.
Cameron Green is confirming that there are 2 left for him to hit 6s and 4s off.
He gets into his crouch, and that's
a bit unfortunate, to be fair.
Is this a bottom edge, and is it going to run away?
I think it was a
run away for 4.
I think it was a bottom edge, to be fair.
Yeah, it's fielded, and they'll come back for 3. Yeah, so I think this is a bottom edge that sort of went underneath the diving bear dive. Wasn't a very good ball, it has to be said.
So that could have been a lot worse. That is 232, so they're currently equal to the IPL ground record. They need 1 more run to beat it.
To look at a motionless Sam Curran on the rope.
Motionless and emotionless.
Yeah. As Chahar comes in to finish the over, that's not a bad ball, but it's going to be... Oh, no, well fielded.
He doesn't know. He's got it on the half volley. It was a really good stop by Rousseau. Or has it bounced over him? Has he got the ball there?
What's happening here?
I'm not sure he's got the ball. Has that gone for 4?
So there's a sweep shot. It's gone towards Riley Rousseau, and it's either gone for 4, 6, or it's been caught.
Or he's just stopped it. One of those 4 things.
It's like the hidden ball trick in baseball. There's lots of players speaking to the umpire. Nitin Menon's on his thing. Has it been given a no ball? There's someone doing speeding up motion. One of the umpires.
Ooh. It's overstepped.
Yes, he's overstepped. This is
only just.
Oh, it's not turned into a good over. Let's have a look at that. Is it stopped? I still can't see where the ball went.
No. He stopped it, so it wasn't a boundary, but it still can't really see whether... I think it looks like the batsmen haven't run, not realising it was a no ball. So they only get 1 off that one. Oh no, it's gone for 4. They've got it down for 4. That it's not just you. It's not just you and your zoom jack. It was really hard to see, and we've got like a 36-inch screen here.
What did it go somehow? Did it somehow nutmeg him as he
bounced in
dived?
front of him and went for 4? I think.
Oh right, okay. And 4 no balls.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a horror over.
But that must be worth 5 though, mustn't it?
Well, you would think that would be the one bonus of a spinner. You wouldn't expect them to bowl a no ball.
Oh.
He finishes off with that's like the sort of ball that someone bowls in a park. It's going to be a free hit catch.
Oh, it is a free hit. Yeah.
Caught at deep cover. They come through for a single. 238 for 4. I don't even know how many runs.
I think 20.
Yeah, a lot. 250 is well on with an over to go.
It is. Jay Grover says, Max Rowe Brown, then in great big capital letters, say the name. Then he goes, Ross Legg, say the name. There you are. You're continuing to be chided for your dismissing.
Well, they were there.
He's not the kind of, he's not the kind of guy to let things go, Jay. I'll just warn you.
Jay also says, I've never played cricket, but in honour of Autism Awareness Week, I think Andy and I should start our own club and then just argue about cryptocurrency.
Yeah.
There you go.
Actually, I was going to briefly tell my other first ball of the innings story, which is I face up to the first ball of the innings, hit it for 2, think nice, I'm underway.
Yep.
And the umpire thinking it was dead ball, and I'm going, what? He'd called a dead ball because there was no square leg umpire, and my 2 got chalked off.
That's harsh.
Oh, that is a shame.
That's very harsh.
Kartik faces up. It's a first ball delivery that's been hit high up in the air, and he'll be caught. It was a short ball, tried to pull it, and it's gone straight down the throat of Sam Curran.
He really got underneath that one. He was expecting that to go into the stand, but he got it too high. Well, you really get a dull last couple of overs in an IPL innings, and this certainly isn't.
No. We got a ground record score.
We've got massive confusions. We've got spinners bowling no balls. We've got free hits being caught. So it keeps you on your toes.
And if 163 was on the same wicket, by the way. If 163 was
too much for Punjab.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then you'd think they should. Then the RCB should be able to defend 200 and what was likely to be 245, 250 odd.
Right, we've got a new batsman. We haven't got time to squeeze his jingle in.
Here's Harshal Patel. He goes forward. It's a Yorker. I think it hits the batter on the foot. There's a big appeal, but the umpire says no. That looked pretty close. I'm surely they're going to take a look at this.
Looked out to me. Yeah. It may be tailing down the leg side, but hit him in front of middle and leg. I thought it was a good ball, Yorker. Now we've got a review. I'll give him his jingle.
I thought that was pretty close to out, I must admit.
Oh my God! Is that Mahipal Lomro?
Maybe it's a bit more leg-sidey than we thought.
Yeah, I don't think there's any bat involved, that's for sure. Smacks him on the toe. But yes, it may be just sliding down leg.
This might be score one to the umpire, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, good decision.
Mr. Khalid Syed, who's from Gujarat, I believe.
In which case they'll still get the run. Remember that game we did last week? And they needed one off the last ball for a super over. It was Sunrisers and Rajasthan. And he's given out LBW and they get through for a single. And basically Sunrisers had won, because even if it wasn't given out LBW, they wouldn't have got the single.
Yeah.
Which is a huge hole in the laws, and is gonna cost someone a game at some point.
Yeah, I'm surprised it hasn't already, to be honest. Not out. You can tell, I think, from the way we were talking about that was going to go down the leg side, and Hawkeye proves the umpires correct, and I hesitate to say us wrong, but maybe us wrong. Here he comes again, Harshal. It's another Yorker, and it's well bowled. Can only pick up a single here as it's pushed to extra cover. Scamper through every run. Crucial at this point.
Talking about being wrong, Jack, you've got to admit he's doing better than Chahar so far this over.
He is, yeah, 100%. This has been a really good start to the final over from Harshal Patel. I'm not even sure they came through for a run last ball, actually. So it could be a wicket and 2 dots to start things off. Although there is a left-hander on strike.
Got leg
there
by.
was a leg by. Yeah. So I think the score is just behind. Yeah, now it's been updated to 240, and he's bowled him. Yorker, off stump, out the ground. Sam Curran gives him the clap. Not that kind. And
as far as we know.
Lomro has gone for a duck.
Second ball duck, though, wasn't it? Yeah.
Another one bites the dust.
Horrible shot.
I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Well, that's the other side of the last over. Sometimes you've got to come in cold and just swing like a rusty gate at everything, and that's your game, and thanks for coming.
That 250 might be a tad of a stretch now with just 2 balls left. Doable.
Never underestimate Punjab Kings, Tony.
Well, what do we know about Swapnil's six-hitting prowess?
Which could go either way, as in, yeah, they could still get to the 250. Right.
I mean, like, I don't think he's renowned across the league as a big hitter. Hence why he's batting 7 for this mob.
Didn't he hit a few in one of these games? I mean, who knows? I certainly don't.
IPL career, 7 innings, 41 runs, a strike rate of 105. Just the man you want in right now.
Possibly not then, no.
Say.
Well, maybe he'll just kick one and get green on strike for the last ball.
Here comes Harshal. It's been a great over. That's a full toss, but he deceives the batter well enough that it will only be bunted into the leg side for a single.
Are those stats irrespective? Swapnil wanted 2. Cameron Green did not.
Yeah. It's good bowling from Harshal, and you can see on the delivery where he bowls Lomro there. He bowls. It's kind of a top spinner, isn't it, out the back of the hand?
Yeah, it's that
savage amount of dip.
Dipping Yorker that Bharat was talking about. Yeah. And he's got the purple cap now, at least for the moment. He's got the most wickets.
Ooh. Been hit about quite a lot though. Well, it is what it is. He might have another wicket here. It's hit down the ground, and it's a great catch by Sam Curran, running round. He lays out, sliding, and making sure he gets his hands underneath it. Caught at long on. Cameron Green goes for 46 off 26. Final over. RCB only pick up 3 runs. Mini victory for Punjab Kings, but they will be chasing 242 to win this one.
Well, there's a few I told you so's going around there. There's Swapnil Singh saying, I told you should have come back for 2. But they're going to end... Okay, let's give him a wicket jingle. Yeah, give him this one.
I'm a loser. Yeah, I'm a loser, babe. I'm just a loser.
Well, if you believe in these things, Punjab have all the momentum going in the second innings, but I don't, and 241 is a lot.
So, I mean, if statistically a rain out would have eliminated both sides, presumably a defeat will definitely eliminate one and just keep the other clinging on by
by every single result going their way, I think. Yeah.
That's the way I saw it.
Okay, can you catch us up on... Is it? No, I don't think so. Can you catch us up on social media before we have a 2-minute break?
I think we're largely done on social media. I think we're pretty much there. Yes, we are.
So I will return you to all those of you who are waiting for the cricket to finish so we could get back to the Bishop and the Bear podcast.
Well, exactly. Isn't that why the cricket exists? Just
yes.
to keep people entertained around the real meat and drink of the podcast?
Yep, and we'll see you all pretty soon.
Southeast Asian Cricket Association.
There's a similar thing up right there.
There's been a lot, you know. I genuinely want to believe that things are moving in the right direction. I'm by no means naive enough to think that it's there. It's the beginning of a massive tanker turning, but I do see the signs that it is. Can we move you on, Lawrence? Maybe to some of the cricketers who made the Cricketer of the Year, the 5 selections, etc. Now this award dates back to 1889, I gather, making it the oldest award of its kind. There are 5 picked by the editor, you, and chosen on excellence or influence in the previous English season, and no one can be chosen more than once. So the first question, I think, is it just you? Do you sit there on this kind of throne and point a finger at Harry Brook? Or what help do you have, and if so, how does that whole selection process work?
I sit on the throne, basically. Yeah. No,
Ashley Gardner.
I'm not supposed to admit to the wisdom throne. No, I'm thinking about it all year, all summer. You know, essentially, the first round of county championship matches, someone scores a 100, and I'm thinking I'm going to keep an eye out for that player, see how they go. You know, if they're eligible, clearly. You're looking at the ones who are eligible. You're looking at in advance, you might think about the England players, men and women who haven't been chosen yet. So you're keeping an eye on them. Obviously, overseas teams come over. You hope that there are 3 Australians in the 5 this year, for example.
Yeah.
It's funny because, you know, people say, oh, wouldn't it be nice if, you know, Joe Root could retire and say he was an 8 times Wisden Cricket of the Year. It would in one way. Equally, there are all sorts of awards that do that kind of thing. And I think one of the charms of the 5 is that it's a bit different. And someone like Alan Richardson, who I chose in my first year as Wisden editor, can be a Wisden Cricketer of the Year. And I've never met anyone more delighted to have been given that award. And he came to the dinner with his then fiancée, now wife. So it is a quirky award. I do talk about it with the Wisden staffers. I mean, in September, there are a few journalists, mates, so I might go, tell me your Wisden 5 this year. So I'm not going to react. Just tell me your 5, and I'll thank you, very interesting. And they'll get back to me in, you know, April and go, oh, well, I got 3 of the 5, or none of the 5. You mad? Or, you know, you basically want to make sure you don't miss out Don Bradman. You know, that's the key. So, God, I forgot about the obvious one. So you're covering your tracks, but yes, ultimately the buck stops. If I can call it a buck, it makes it sound really important. But the choice is mine, and I take the flak or the bouquets, tends to be more brickbats, really.
That sounds like there's a sort of a time of year where if you have a drink with Lawrence Booth and he doesn't ask you who your cricketers of the year are, then you're going to think, why not me? What happened?
Don't rate their opinion. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I was going to say my opinion. I'm going to put this in here now. I genuinely agree with all of them. I mean, I thought Woody was a bit. Yeah, one. Did he get that just for the Headingley Test and the bowling over the Australians in the fashion that he did?
No, he took 14 wickets at 20. He changed the mood of the Ashes, I would say, that opening spell at Headingley. I think that was the moment England started to think, actually, we could drag it back in. Not back because Khawaja's leg stump. Khawaja had won them the first test and had been unprizable from the crease. So, sometimes you give it to someone. I mean, Stuart Broad won it in 2010 for that spell at the Oval in 2009. Sometimes it can just be a spell that people talk about. The thing about cricket in this country, as you both know, is that sometimes the thing that gets people from outside cricket into cricket is one innings or a spell. And
true.
That's what you remember. I mean, Wood had it not rained at Old Trafford, and Wood had 3 for 27 in that second innings. He'd taken 3 of the 5 wickets, could easily have ended up. I'm not saying we're giving it to him for what he might have done, but he troubled the Aussies again in that game. He got Labuschagne out twice in the last at the Oval. I mean, Wood was, to me, quite central to England's recovery.
He was, but for me, he didn't do a lot else for the rest of the year. I mean, he was injured at the beginning, and he was crap in the World Cup. And he was
but that's irrelevant. It's the English summer.
Oh yeah, okay, fair enough.
That answered one question. Well, I mean, I've written some notes about each one. It's partly based on what I read, but just obviously because I saw a lot of each player as well. Mark Wood, I wrote down, it wasn't the volume of wickets, it was more the impact and the raw pace.
That's right.
And a contribution to the turnaround for England starting at Headingley and then Old Trafford and the Oval. And I also put reflection on personality and pace. I remember, there was one interview I remember with him, which I think might have been, I think it was after the Oval. And he said, I don't care about the first 2. Me and Wokesy don't care. We weren't in those. Funny how it all... And he was basically going, well, it all changed when you got Chris Wokes and I back in. And I thought... But he said it in such a charming way that I thought, good for him.
The rubric you read out a couple of minutes back, influence on the English. But my argument would be that would sort of tick both boxes, but particularly the influence one. So
I suppose so.
Take your point.
Well, I mean, the 5, just so people, I'm sure people know for sure, but you had Harry Brook, Ashley Gardner, one of just 4 Indigenous Australians to play Test cricket for Australia, and of course, just incredible performance in the Ashes. It was 12 wickets that she took, a 4 for 99 and an 8 for 66 at Trent Bridge. Usman Khawaja, now that was an interesting one. You mentioned it was 141, didn't he score? I think to very hard to prize out at Edgbaston, which set that up. I'm going to ask you a question about Edgbaston, actually. Mitchell Stark, which again I thought was a fairly interesting one, but he missed the first Ashes test, and then I think proved his worth.
Very much so.
Afterwards, for sure, and then Mark Wood. What was I going to ask? I was going to ask you something about one of those. Mental blank. No, it's gone.
Khawaja. You said Khawaja was interesting.
Khawaja, yeah, I think Khawaja was sort of interesting. What do you think defined that specifically to make him so... to get him up that list to make the 5? I mean, other than that, again, he's a very interesting character. He's very eloquent and well-spoken and clearly thoughtful chap. I don't know if those things also sort of count to the whole package.
Well, it was his runs, really. I mean, without his runs in the first test at Edgbaston, you could make a case for saying England would have won the Ashes. If he basically helped Australia win that game. I mean, he edged Anderson between Root and Bairstow in the first or second over of the second innings. Had Bairstow gone for that catch and held it, England win the Ashes. Now, so Khawaja became the anti-Baz baller, didn't he? They've got this.
Yes.
He scored a few more runs than Crawley while facing about 2.5 times as many balls. So without the solidity he gave Australia, I mean, even at Lords where he only made, I think, 17 first innings, he puts on 73 with Warner in very tricky conditions. Australia get to 400, which was about 150 above par in those conditions. That's what won them that game. No, Khawaja for me was a straightforward choice. I mean, without him, Australia aren't retaining the Ashes. Simple as that.
Well, there are.
Well, there was the rain at Manchester, of course.
Well,
yeah. Oh, sure, absolutely.
We got our moral victory, but
Yeah. No, I hear you. I mean, given that it finished 2-2.
Yeah.
Actually, I do remember what it was, because the question I was going to ask was there's a fantastic piece on Bazball by Mike Brearley, and one of the things he talks about is, you know, the whole player, not just the technique, which obviously is kind of interesting coming from a professional psychologist. And therefore, there's a great piece on Ben Stokes and Ben Stokes as a captain. So, but what was interesting that made me think when we mentioned Edgbaston was that declaration. In my contention, and anyone who ever says shouldn't have declared, I always go, why not? It was a statement, and if we had taken chances that we would have had every right to expect to have taken, we would have won that test match. So you cannot blame the captain, the boldness for that not happening.
I agree. The reason England didn't win that first test is because Bairstow missed a couple of big chances. I mean, should have stumped Cameron Green on naught in the first innings. Yeah. That cost them. Cameron Green got 30 odd, but the runs he added with the other guy, and then I mentioned the not going for the catch off Khawaja. I mean, look, the other thing about that declaration, which I think is interesting, is critics of the way that England have played are very happy for them to be at 393 for 8 with half an hour to go on the first day, which only comes about because England are playing Bazball. They then want them to stop the moment, it's like, why did you play that silly shot? Could you have stopped playing Bazball the moment before you got out, please? You can't have one without the other. And for me, the declaration was part of, it probably did push it. It went to an extreme end of the Bazball spectrum. I agree with that. But Stokes had a logic to it, which was if we get Warner out tonight and we reignite that broad Warner debate, we're going to the second day all over Australia. And also don't forget that by the end of the game, Australia needed 54 with 2 wickets left. Now, 19 times out of 20, you're winning that as the fielding side. So you could argue that everything that predated that in the game...
And we even had that drop, didn't we, as well, when Stokes caught that one in the outfield and his hand hit the ground and it popped out. Yeah. I mean, a lot of people argued in the India series that we lost. What did we lose? 4-0 in the end, wasn't it? Or no, 4-1. But, in that series, we were in 3 tests and we had a good chance of winning 3 tests. And everyone goes, well, it was just as bad as last time. But it wasn't, because we were in it and they played attacking cricket and they nearly got themselves over the line. It's just... when you look at the two sides, India had a much better balanced side than England did. We had so many debutants. 2 debutant spinners, and we still managed to get reasonably close. So,
people have short memories. They forget
they do.
It was like before Bazball when it was dire.
It was.
It was putting people off Test cricket. People are now talking about Test cricket in a way they weren't before. Forget the results. Forget the 4-1 defeat, the 2-all, whatever. People are excited. People have bought Edgbaston for the West Indies Test, sold out in December. That's because of Bazball. Is my group.
Well, I definitely commend the Mike Brearley piece. It's biased, of course, as a Middlesex man, but it's beautifully constructed from an interesting, a different perspective, which I think is kind of fun. Some other of the awards, the Wisden Trophy, which now is the most impactful performance in a test match, I think, if I've understood that one right. Travis Head, I don't think anyone could argue with that. Twice, although he got it, I think, for the World Test Championship final, didn't he?
Yeah.
But phenomenal.
Yes, a test award, yeah. So
the leading T20 wicket taker, Hayley Matthews, which is more than just a nod to the West Indies. We'll come on and talk about the West Indies. And
you're on. You're eating, so that's fine. I wasn't looking at the picture there for Jack.
Yeah, no.
Are they going to do this?
No.
We're in for a hell of a game in here, boys.
I've got some of the best crisps of all time here, though. Kebab flavoured crisps.
Kebab flavoured crisps.
Kebab flavoured crisps.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. I've eaten 3 share bags.
Jack.
3 share bags in 3 days. I can't get enough of them.
Who makes them?
It's ridiculous.
And you still look like that.
You have, Anindo, you have no idea the work I have to put in to
I don't believe
keep
you.
this together.
I think it's in the fucking genes. I have this thing, you sit and just eat crisp, and then you just look like this.
I did an hour workout at lunch so I could eat this bag of crisps.
Who makes them, Jack?
They're co-op. which is a chain of food. There's a boundary off the first ball here, I think. Oh no, it'll be a 2. Well, we'll see. Swapnil Singh opens the bowling, and he is driven by perhaps Simran Singh, first ball through the covers. It is fielded by, is that Will Jacks out on the rope, who slips and slides a little bit. We might check to see whether his heel clipped the rope, but if not, I think it'll be a couple of runs. Anyway, aside from crisps, how are people doing?
Talk.
Okay.
Yep.
Roll.
Oh, we've got a 45-minute jingle on, have we?
We've got a 45-minute jingle. Play really loudly in our headphones, but apparently not for the bear. As perhaps Simmer will face up. Second ball, it's a good one from Swapnil, speared in onto leg stump, and there'll be no run.
I mean, you asked the question whether they can win. My view is that Punjab couldn't win a bloody raffle if they were the only buyers of a ticket. They're rubbish.
They're going to pick up 4 runs here, though. That's 2 full, 2 leg side, and it's helped on its way. A little paddle sweep from Prab Simran. So they've moved to 6 off 3 balls, which is the run rate. 100%, yeah. That was a pie.
I'm pleased to have seen you diss Cameron Green so much. At least he made a few runs as a result of your insults.
I don't know if it was as a result of. Oh, that's going to be close. Perhaps Simran is out there. Yep. He goes back to one that slides on. That. I think that's probably hitting the top of middle stump.
I reckon top of leg. I think it was turning quite a bit.
Oh.
Still out.
Yeah. Did he review, or has he been sent on his way?
I think Johnny B just sent him off.
Yeah, let's have a look at it again. He probably went back instead of when he should have gone forward there. Yeah.
Let's have a jingle.
Oh dear.
The crowd says, you're out.
As I recall, an LBW was on the Bears bingo card. It's probably too late now.
No, I'll get it.
Don't start on the bingo again.
No. this whole weekly
I'm going to be
podcast.
forced to ask Bear to explain bingo once more. Okay.
No,
so.
We don't need that.
No.
This whole Thursday show has basically devolved into a game of bingo with cricket as a backdrop, hasn't it?
It's actually more fun when we play gorilla bingo, and when Gary goes hyperbolic, you get a cross on your bingo card and that sort of thing. We used to do that quite often.
I can tell you, I live on the 22nd floor, and the other day, the elevator was full of women, obviously going or coming to someone's house where they were going to play bingo. It stopped on every fucking floor, and the entire time they kept discussing bingo. And I was like, Bear should have been here.
Half an hour later.
Riley Russo will face up. His first ball, he goes forward, drives, beats the infield, and he'll pick up 4 runs. That was a sweetly timed cover drive to a ball that was a tad too full.
Oh dear. My whole impression of India has just changed dramatically. I never thought of Mumbai as the bingo capital of India. I had little old ladies in broken down ballrooms
in the clubs in
England.
Calcutta, all the British clubs all over the country. Yeah, that's where I saw it growing up.
There's another 4 there. He switches through over the wicket, or round the wicket rather, Swapnil. Fires it across Russo, who plays a good cover drive, hitting the ball on the top of the bounce, and it runs to the rope.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, well, 14 off the first over. It's a good start. Messi Jez, let's go to the social media world.
Farong, this was 18 minutes ago, says 92 from 47 from you-know-who, well ahead of the cam count. expecting a turnaround when RCB bowl. RCB's bowling attack is not flash, but then North Punjab Kings batting, generally speaking.
RCB's bowling has not been too bad, if I must say, though, over the last couple of matches, right?
It has been better. Yeah.
Well, it could
Martley
always
says.
get better.
Martley also says kebab flavoured pot noodle is pretty good as well. And he says, I've just realised M58 isn't a Merseyside reference. Who talked about M58?
No idea.
No idea.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. A vital
Totally
intervention there.
Nuts.
Mohammed Siraj will be the bowler. Johnny Bairstow will face his first ball. It's quite an interesting dynamic with these two. If they last 10 balls, then I think this chase that I wouldn't rule out something crazy happening. But I also think they'll probably be out before either of them face 10 balls. As Siraj is in and Bairstow plays straight to that one, doesn't score a run. A bit of an up and down tournament.
Very special. Yeah, but it's going to take them something very special to get there today. I mean,
well, for sure.
I mean, Bairstow did have a very spectacular 108 against KKR, didn't he?
He did.
It's a kind of a battle of as a good shot from Bairstow. It's short from Siraj, and it's that kind of swat pull, short arm jab that Bairstow is so well known for over mid wicket and away for 4 runs. Yeah, Siraj v Bairstow is like the battle of boom and bust. They could, both of them have got incredible moments in them on both ends of the spectrum. As Siraj squares up Bairstow with the third ball of the over, finds kind of the outside half of the bat, and it plops into the offside. There is no run.
Russo has had a fairly ordinary IPL. He's got 1, 9, 26, 43 and 0 so far.
Maybe he's due.
Yeah, that's what we always say.
I mean, I watched Siraj bowl and I watched Arshdeep bowl and like T20 World Cup. India's bowling attack sans Bumrah is going to look like RCB.
Yeah, it can be a little bit like that as Bairstow picks up a single cut through point to the fielder on the rope.
You'd expect they'll get a little more assistance from the wickets in the West Indies, though.
Yeah, I think Kuldeep
and maybe
Kuldeep,
USA.
Kuldeep and maybe Jadeja would get some.
India play all their matches in the States, don't they, until the Super 8 stage, assuming they get there?
Yeah. So expect them to be like the Adelaide Oval.
As Siraj bowls the ball, it's a Yorker, it's a good Yorker, and it actually knocks Russo over. He ends up flat on his face. Bairstow comes through for a single. I think he might have got a little bit of bat on that to square it away, or it was a very good back heel. If not, it goes out towards square leg, and they come through for a single.
The New York stadium where they're going to play is called the Nassau County Stadium.
Yeah.
Saw some pictures of that. It's coming together better than I thought it would.
Yeah, it's going to look all right.
Yeah.
It's cost them 30 million, and it should.
Is that what it is for a temporary stadium?
And the pitches have all been imported from Adelaide.
Yep.
How are they doing that? Do they put it on an oil tanker, or is it some kind of cargo jet?
A cargo ship. Yeah, it's already. They've already been laid now.
Okay. A wafty drive from Bairstow will pick up a single. The ball rolling up to mid on. 21 for 1 after 2 overs. There's a little bit of looking around. Oh, are we going to get TV umpire? The camera jolted around a little bit there, so I think there might have been a run out at the non-striker's end. There's a few people looking quizzical. Bairstow most quizzical, I would say. As we get a look at the review.
For the run
oh my goodness! Nearly. I tell you what, that's pretty casual cricket from Bairstow. He jogs in, doesn't run his bat in. There's a throw at the stumps and it hits the stumps, but he has put his foot down just behind the line before he hurdles the ball. So once he's done that, he's adjudged in.
That would have been extraordinary if he'd been run out while he was over the past the stumps.
It would have been.
Well, he would have won the.
It would have been so Bairstow, though, wouldn't it? It would have been just a complete Bairstow.
He would have gone straight to Paris for the Olympics.
Oh dear. You can't say Johnny doesn't give us some entertainment.
Yeah, that was a bizarre piece of cricket. Yash Dayal is going to come into the attack here. An up and down IPL career so far, you'd say. He's had a better second year, but it's not been. I think that probably says more about his first year than it does his second year.
This is the impact player.
Yep. Into the side, off the bench. His first ball is driven by Bairstow to mid-off, where Kohli fumbles and they come through for a single. It would have been would have needed a pretty good piece of fielding to effect a run out there, so probably no harm done.
The required rate is 12.34 now.
Yeah, I think they're going to need a good overall 2 in this power play, something that goes for 20 or something like that to maybe take a little bit of the pressure off. Otherwise, this is going to be very difficult.
The RCB power play was 90 something, right? No, 100 something. I can't remember.
It was a lot. I don't think they did do 100 the other day. RCB,
it was
like 92, maybe something.
It was 56.
Oh, regular.
No.
Oh, a big swinging in-swinger. Big swinging Yorker by Yash Dayal. That's atrocious fielding from Siraj, has to be said. Is flicked round the corner where Siraj, running round from deep square leg, should have. Well, I mean, he could have kicked that back into play. Instead, he kind of hurdles the Toblerone and watches the ball go through for 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, not particularly edifying from Siraj.
The RCB power play was slowed down because they lost Duplessis and Jacks during.
This is true.
Is in, and it's the away swinger this time. Russo comes down the pitch, but the ball moves too far, beats the outside edge, and is taken cleanly by DK behind the stumps to complete the action. He does get a lot of swing.
Yeah. There's been quite a bit of swing in this match. Well, it's Dharamshala in the evening, so and it's rain.
It's telling, isn't it, that there's only one RCB bowler who's got 10 wickets, and that's Dayal.
That is a bit of an indicator. As Russo shuffles across, Dayal goes full, and it is hit to mid-on. There's no run.
It's a good over so far. Very good over. 5 runs.
Yeah, good start. A single, a 4, a couple of dot balls, a couple of good Yorkers in there as well. And even the boundary was a little bit unlucky that it wasn't cut off, I thought.
So Paps retired from international cricket, right?
Yes.
I'm not sure if he has. I thought he had made himself available. What on earth has happened there? Yash Dayal has bowled a ball wide of off stump. Russo has gone down to lap it over the wicketkeeper. The ball is too wide of off stump, so he instead plays a kind of flappy cut shot from his knees, gets no power on it whatsoever, steers it straight to the man at point. I mean, it would have hit him in the mouth if he hadn't got his hands in the way. But inexplicably, the fielder doesn't catch it. Instead, he just pushes it gently up into the air and it falls to the grass. safe.
It was like a goalkeeper trying to save a penalty.
That was beautifully described, Jack, if I may say so. Because it wasn't easy.
I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like it. A terrible drop. Poor Yash Dayal. He's had a hard IPL so far, and that would have been a nice moment for him. Anyway, 6 from the over. The last ball is a dot. 27 for 1 after 3. Do we have any social media?
Farong says enough of moral victories. What ifs? The same thing. Day off tomorrow. Only half pissed. Need more rum or green tea? For Punjab to win this, it would mean a reverse Punjab effect, snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. Well, that's RCB's MO, generally speaking, too. They've got an amazing capacity to do that. So you never know what can happen.
Yeah, it's kind of, there's a cliche in sports, isn't there, that sometimes the team that wants it most wins the game, whereas with these two you think it's sort of the opposite way.
Yeah.
Whoever doesn't want it the most is going to lose it. Oh, there's a stunning cut shot from Russo. That's old school cricket, a little bit wide from Siraj. Slashing cut, swashbuckling for Russo, 3 point.
I mean, RCB's form would suggest that they will miss the finals on a net run rate of 0.01 behind whoever was fourth. That's their sort of way of doing things, really, isn't it?
I can't see them getting there.
No.
To be honest,
I can't, but I think it'd be rather fun.
I mean, I think, yeah. Let's see how things play out over the last week or so. There's a big heave-ho from Russo. He gets maybe a little rush of adrenaline there. He tries to dunk one into the crowd over mid-on, long on. Instead, he gets fresh air. The score stays at 31 for 1. As we get another look. They're very interested, and the broadcast, in the Bairstow hurdle of the stumps, or hurdle of the crease. It wasn't out, so I think we can probably move on from that one. As Russo faces up to his 10th ball and he drives it hard back down the ground. That's a really, really good shot. Slightly opened up his stance. It is a little bit full, but he gets the bat through so well there. Hits it straight just past the stumps at the non-striker's end and away to the rope.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Yeah, and
it's almost nice watching left-handers bat, right? I think it's so elegant.
Yeah, Russo came out. When Russo, I was going to say, is this on? Is this Russo's game of the year? As he has a big moo across the line there, and Siraj cannot believe he hasn't been bowled. That must have been a whisker away from the off bail.
You know that brilliant, going back to the brilliant description you had of that weird shot that he played, where he was dropped. I think the only trick you missed there was describing it as him going down on his knees to propose.
It did have that quality to it, didn't it? A kind of... a formality to it, almost.
Yes.
Siraj in again, down the pitch this time from Russo, and that one is hammered. It's a beautiful shot. It's like he's treated Siraj like a spinner there. Got to the pitch of the ball, hit it straight, and once more will pick up 4 runs.
4. F-O-R.
And that was actually Siraj's fastest ball in this innings at 144.
Yeah, that's not slow. It takes some real skill to do that to 144 kilometres an hour. As the score ticks up to 39 for 1, so slipping a little bit behind the rate already here, Punjab, but it's not terminal as things stand. Siraj comes in, and that will help out. He goes short, pulled deep over square leg into the crowd. 6 runs.
Siraj is taking RCB bowling back.
Yeah, he is. Do we have any socials?
We do. Jay Grover's with us. He says, it's years since I read any science fiction, but the idea of perpetual rotating cricket turf in an oil tanker cylinder gives me Rendezvous with Rama vibes. Not a book I've read. And he also says all Yorkshiremen are intrinsically entertaining. The beauty is we never understand the difference between laughing with and laughing at. The boycott dilemma, I suspect that is. He doesn't like being laughed at, does he, Jeffrey? I think most Yorkshiremen get more laughed at than with, to be honest, Jay.
Yeah. I mean, as far as boycott was concerned, he should just have been happy that whoever was laughing was at least awake when he was batting.
Yes. Well, I remember the days of watching Boycott and Laurie batting, and God, it was dark.
Yeah, Yash Dayal is going to continue. The left armour goes in short, and that is signature Bairstow. Hit for 6 over deep mid wicket, a pull off the back foot, showing Yash Dayal who is boss. Yeah, I agree with that, Jez, actually. I think if your main skill is swinging the ball, banging it in halfway down at 135 kilometres an hour is probably not
doing your job, yeah.
Yeah. But I'm not a professional cricketer, so it's easy to say that.
Your KPI is probably not getting...
He goes full that time. And there is no swing, unfortunately. And Bairstow hits through the line over extra cover, 1 bounce forward. It's almost 6.
On a day when the ball is
Yeah.
But that was a lovely shot.
That was a very good shot, yeah. I think that's been one of the underreported things about this IPL. We haven't really seen the ball swing much at all. I don't know if it's a conditions thing, or it's been hot, or they're using a new type of kookaburra, or it's a bad batch, or whatever it is. But there's been virtually no threat in the power play from swing bowlers in this entire tournament, as Dayal goes down the leg side there, and it's a wide.
The thing, Jack, is it's been an inordinately hot period in India. It's been crazy. I mean, April all over the country has been like on average 40 degrees. So there's very and it's dry, right? So it's very little chance of swing.
Yeah. Well, that might go some way to explaining that then. I mean, we saw, and these white balls aren't great either. We saw Dayal swing the ball, a fairly substantial amount in his first 6 balls. We haven't seen anything in the first 3 balls of this over. As he goes full here, it's a Yorker. Bairstow jams his bat down on it. It's well bowled, and they will not be able to score. But the ball doesn't squeak through, which is the important thing from Bairstow's perspective.
Yeah, and the pitches have all been manufactured in a concrete factory, clearly, for this IPL. So, movement off the pitch.
Yeah. It seems like that. I thought we had a really good pitch.
Well, yesterday was interesting, right? I mean, there was certainly something in it for the bowlers in the first innings yesterday. And then...
There were no bowlers in the second innings.
No. Oops.
Well, Bairstow misses out on one there. It was a full ball on the pads. He whips it round the corner, but he hits it straight at Lockie Ferguson on the 45 in the ring, so they don't even get a single. I don't think Lucknow helped themselves with that bowling attack. It was kind of 3 part-time bowlers, or 2 part-time bowlers. As Dayal faces up, that's a good slower ball.
I love
really
having streaming on during RCB matches.
They come through for a single. What were you saying, Anindo?
Yeah, I was saying I love having my live streaming on the other screen during RCB matches because I can watch fully cam.
Yes, I mean, what more could you want?
Is there actually a thing that's...
Yes. So I have a Kohli cam, I have a batter cam, I have a multi-view cam, and I have a stump cam. So I can just watch between them.
You can just watch Kohli constantly.
Yep. Well, actually, when it goes to Kohli cam, it does not allow you to watch just Kohli. It has Kohli on a split screen and the match going on the other.
Oh, I see.
Just to give you context.
Short from Dial. It's a slower ball and it's heaved by Russo back over his head. One bounce into the rope. Nearly had mid-on in the game, but not quite. It's 61 for 1 after 5. I think there's a little switcheroo happening now. So
I was going to say before you go, well, you've gone, Jack, but your 10 ball theory has they both face 10 balls, so we could be on.
I think there's a chance.
Chases on.
Anyway, see you all a bit
Wrong
later.
is the next tweet, Tony.
I hope that Kohli cam that Anindo has is only when he's playing cricket. I mean, I hope it doesn't just sort of follow him like to the bathroom and
drone. They just have a drone that follows him
It just
around.
follows him.
Yeah.
It just follows him, Tony. I'm just sending you a screenshot on the WhatsApp.
Oh, I look forward
Nice.
to that. Okay.
Excellent. Well, we're going to have a change in the bowling. It's a lot easier to do jingles when someone in the studio is actually on air. Right. He's going to come in for his first ball, so I will give him a jingle after it. His first ball is a slower ball. And Bairstow puts it square on the offside with a slight miss hit. Thinks about 2, but it's not there. So it'll just be the single. 19 off 13 for Bairstow. 33. 36 off 14 for Riley Russo. They're going along quite nicely, boys, aren't they?
Yeah, it could be their day.
Yeah, you never know.
If they get kind of a bit longer, Bairstow gets into the 30s, Russo gets into the 50s, and it starts looking difficult for the fielding side, who are not the strongest bowling attack.
Yeah. Get wickets at the right times. Got to get wickets slowed down, haven't you, in this game? Anyway, Ferguson is in. His next ball is hit square. Bottom hand out to the man at deep square leg. It'll just be the single. I didn't play a single in the end, did I? It's lucky. We'll just give him a little spin. Oh, we are kick. Yeah, you get the message. Speed Merchant playing for the Kiwis in the World Cup. Is he getting taken away by Kiwi land for practice?
Wouldn't matter.
It wouldn't matter, actually.
Not really. I mean, RCB are not going to be in the playoffs.
No. Well, you never know.
No, they're not.
Oh, yeah, Anindo has literally just sent us, actually. There it is.
Oh, my word. It is a thing. That's picked up by Bairstow. 1 bounce, 4 runs over the top of mid-on, who's up inside the circle. That's another boundary. They just keep coming.
Well, there is a film of Zinedine Zidane playing football, I think, for Real Madrid, and it does just follow him for 90 minutes. It's meant to be really good because you can see what he's doing. He's always looking around and he's always trying to figure out what to do next, whereas Kohli just looks angry when he doesn't have the ball.
That's picked up marvellously by Bairstow. It was full on his pads. Quite awkward, but he's managed to whip it behind square on the leg side. There's no one down there. 4 more runs.
Yeah, I've said before, Ferguson is one of these bowlers who just doesn't have enough subtlety. He shows you the ball and he bowls it fast, but he bowls it in the slot a bit too often.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? You think at that pace, it's got to have something, but it just goes further. Oh, although he's beating him there with a slower ball, is he going to get out? He's got him.
Yeah, proved me wrong again.
Well, after just having slated him, he's bowled a slower ball, and Bairstow has gone through his shot a little bit too early. It's gone way up in the air. Faf du Plessis has chased it back from mid-off.
Good catch.
Was a good catch. Had to quite go. I didn't think for a minute he wasn't going to get there, but he's managed to make up the ground and catch it, going backwards towards the mid-off boundary. And just when we were praising them, they've gone and lost a bloody wicket, which could slow things up and chunk it and make it into a bear game, but who knows?
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
It's one of those where he pulled out the shot. If he'd gone through with it, he might well have been okay. But he saw he wasn't there and just kind of pulled out of the shot and just gave Duplessis enough of a chance to get underneath it. It's just a shame for Punjab as Bairstow was just getting started.
Yeah, it's just starting to tick, wasn't he?
Yeah, 27 off 16 is not bad, but they need a lot. They need someone to go big for this one, obviously.
In the meantime, we've had a super chat. Ian H, £2, just says, watch your folks. Hello, Ian. Thank you.
Well, the old gag. Is it going to be the redemption?
Who's coming up? Oh, well, he's not so bad. He ain't so bad. I will shag you. Gonna play the best shot.
It's Shashank.
Well, he and Ashutosh, in fact, at least one game that we covered, they turned around out of nowhere.
They did indeed.
But they got 14 overs to bat today, or Shashank certainly does.
I think this is pretty much a similar conversation we were having then. You know, I think they
Could well be, yeah.
Weren't they like 4 down or something after the power play at that point? They were certainly 5 down with 110 required off 10, I think. And they pulled it off. Shashank is going to face his first ball. He clips that quite nicely off his pads, square. There isn't anyone down there. He's finer. And he gets off the mark with a 4. Strike rate at 400. Can't be bad.
4 on the floor, and one more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Well, I've got a wicket, but it's gone for 14, and the power play is
done. They take it though, as you say. You need those. We got 2-minute timeouts. Don't need to rush. As you say, they take it because that wicket just helped so much to. Well, they just removed a real threat apart from anything else in Bairstow. Lockie looking a bit perplexed after that ball, saying why wasn't there a fielder at deep square leg? I'm not sure he understands the concept of power plays and only 2 fielders being out.
Yeah. Quite possibly.
I don't know if we had Nachiket S, who said, Dan Norcross said on Cricket 8 stream that the ball travels to a fielder's hands faster at Dharamsala due to the altitude. Yeah, no, we've heard that and discussed it before as well ourselves. Hence, the drops and misfields, even after getting hands into the right position, it's because the ball's coming through the air quicker.
If anyone knows atmospheric science, it's Dan Norcross.
Yes, well, I don't know if that is his specialist subject. Jay Grover says, oh bother, I've just set fire to my moustache. I blame Tony. I literally have no idea how I've caused Jay Grover to set fire to his moustache. I did once set fire to myself while taking clients out to lunch. I think it was a Turkish restaurant.
Did that amuse them enough to?
It was on a candle, and
deal?
Suddenly my whole sleeve. Well, they were already clients, so and I got on very well with both of them. In fact, I went out.
Were you a
with
bit
both
hammered at the time?
I was, yes. It was a Christmas lunch from my memory. Taking away by Kiwi MWN. Sounds like a terrifying Spike Milligan poem, says Jay Grover. Do you think there's a typo in there somewhere? He means Kiwi man.
I don't know. Who knows what's going on inside the mind of Jay?
Something about Zidane and a 20th century portrait, jolly good. And for the benefit and joy of the world, I did share an Indo's Kohli cam image that he sent to us.
Well, if there had been a Tony cam in the green room, it might have caught you fast asleep just for about 2 minutes.
I was resting my eyes.
Resting your eyes, Your Honour,
I got up early this morning to have a 6 o'clock meeting with my friends in Singapore, and it was catching up with me, I have to say. So that would have been the reason for that. Well, we've had a ground record today. That's all very exciting.
Have we?
Mind you, yes. Highest IPL score at Dharamsala.
I'm so excited, Tony. You just don't understand how excited I am.
Yep. I've seen you excited, well, in the nicest possible way, and I don't think you're anything.
I think you mean not.
I don't think you're anything close.
Not in the nicest possible way. We've already had someone giving Sam Curran the clap today.
yes. Followed by something about. What was it? The purple helmet, or the I thought, is that something? Isn't that something you get when you've been We've been given the clap by Sam Curran.
When you knock over enough poles. Yeah.
That's just worked into the leg side by Riley Russo.
Oh, purple cap, sorry, not
get it.
purple helmet.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's only a single.
God, I'm dropping everything.
Oh dear. Where has this gone?
Yeah, well, we've got to make our own entertainment sometimes.
Yeah, it's, well, you know, they're not far off the rate, are they? 11
no,
over.
To be fair.
Worked into the leg side. And they'll just get the single. I mean, is it another one of those wickets where it's just really easy to score runs? Ball does fuck all.
Looks decent. I mean, it's yeah, and you've got the Dan Norcross atmospheric science to deal with. Look, it's not impossible. Well, in fact, have a new bowler as well.
Worked into the leg side. Yeah, it's Will Jacks who plays a jingle. Knocked into the leg side, and there is no run.
They got a single. It's an interesting choice.
Sorry, a single. Yeah,
he's been bowling in the power play. It's an interesting choice to bring him on in the 7th over. Is he bowling at? He's bowling at least one left-hander.
Yep. It does seem a bit strange, doesn't it? But maybe that's down to their actual bowling options and how much they have faith in them. That one is knocked out too long on. I'll get a single.
From the magnificent body of those 12 games, 67% are won by the team batting second, which is quite a high percentage. Normally it's about 55, isn't it?
Yeah.
53, 4, 55.
That's worked into the leg side for a single by Russo. Knocks him on to 40 off 18 deliveries.
Well, if he gets away with 6 singles, Jacks, and he's got 5, they'll be very happy with that.
Yeah. That's a result, isn't it?
Yeah. They should have thing that 6 and an over should be like a maiden in T20.
Yes. Well, you would go for 8, wouldn't you? That's your magic number.
Yeah, well, I think I'm allowed to knock it up after this year's.
I was going to say, not in this IPL. You'd be struggling.
I think I could go for under 50
in 1 over. Yeah, possibly.
No.
Possibly.
Well, I'd never bowl a no ball. Probably wouldn't bowl a wide. So it's a question of whether how many 6s they get off me in an over.
Got dot ball. Got away with 5
over.
in that over. 80 for 2 off 7. And that run rate just ticked over 2 runs a ball. So no hanging around for the Punjab Kings to do. But they've got Russo on 40 off 18. It's a good start.
Super chat. And it's Super J Grover, one of the world's finest Sheffield-based superheroes, who's given us £5.
He's the man of steel.
He is the man of steel from Sheffield. £5. J Grover, you are a prince amongst men. He also says, gutted there is never going to be a Sheffield Sixers, so I'm going to super chat. I am now have the fear about Tony's friends in Singapore. I will never speak again. And Messers says, where's the pawn bot when the bishop goes off the reservation?
Well, right, so face up. Cameron Green is the new bowler. He shall get a jingle too. His first ball is flat batted out to cover on the edge of the thing. Did they go for a run? They didn't.
Yeah,
did they? No, because Russo hit it.
No, they didn't. I don't think.
No, they didn't. Straight to the fielder.
I found him in Australia before, not literally in Australia. Jingles.
Well, he was.
He will be. Yeah. I don't know. Oh, top edge, but it's gone over the keeper. Safe shot. One of the safest in the game, actually. Goes over the keeper. 1 bounce behind him for 4 runs.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Yeah, he's not there, is he? I don't know why he's not there. But hey, sod it. Cameron Green is in, hit back over his head. He's got hold on that one. That is a good shot from Riley Russo. Held it. I'm not sure it was as full as he'd have liked it, but he managed to keep control of it and time it and straight back over the bowler's head. That's 50 of 21 deliveries with that shot. That's going some. Is Riley Russo. In and out of his crease, doing a little jingle, juggle, whatever. Gets pointed down to third man for a single. 11 off this over so far. 4 balls. That's three a ball so far.
Yep. If you're generous, you can call these all-rounders. If you're not, it's the part-time bowlers from the RCB. A very strange celebration.
Well, it was, wasn't it? It's like how he had a rocket launcher on his
Yes,
shoulder.
it was exactly that,
Yes.
which is not the most tasteful thing to do.
No, not at the moment.
No.
Seeing as we see a lot of them on the news, and not normally in a good way.
Cameron Green is coming in. And that's over the top of the keeper. Well, no, it's not. It's down the leg side. And he'll get himself 4 runs as well. Good shot. Gloved a bit, but empty space.
Yeah, I don't know what Kohli was clapping for, because it was just a bad ball helped on its way down the leg side. As you say, it probably was mostly glove and handle, but...
Doesn't matter. There's no one down there.
Exactly, because you can't put a man there for some reason.
Well, playing for a bad shot then, aren't you, really? That's played out into the offside. They go through for... clipped into the leg side. They'll go for a quick single out to mid-wicket, and they'll make it easily.
There he is, not doing anything but just walking nonchalantly through the field, and we get to camera. And Indo did say, indeed, the Kohli cam does exist, but only on Guerrilla Cricket does it have its own jingle.
That's true.
Yeah.
And we should play it in honour, really.
Well, I think we should.
I'm sure we'll get an opportunity soon enough.
Don't you wish that Virat was on screen right now? Don't you wish there was a camera always on him? Don't you wish that there was a Kohli cam? Virat Kohli cam.
I hope those lads in that advert, get like 100 rupees every time it's on, because they'll be making out like bandits.
Yeah.
That little advert where they take the stumps off at the bowler's end.
Oh yeah, no, they're not. They're being exploited. We have a change in the bowling. Khan Sharma is going to come in and bowl for RCB. Now I'm sure we've got a jingle for him. Have I got it in?
Khan.
No.
Khan Sharma.
So why do you think they bowled Will Jacks, went 1 over for 5, looked great, and then not bowling him again?
Yeah, that's a bit weird, isn't it? Maybe they think they got away with one.
It may be.
And we've got some more. We've got some breathing room.
Certainly only saw one from Lockie Ferguson. He was dispatched to the outfield.
Yep. He's going to come in for the second ball. Leg spinner, filth, absolute fucking filth, and it gets exactly what it deserves, which is slapped out wide long off boundary. That should have been 6. That was absolute garbage.
It really was. It was in his own half and barely pitched on the wicket.
Exactly, and wide. It was absolute filth.
Will help the run rate. I mean, they're going on at just over 12 now. They're slightly ahead of it with that.
That'll
ball.
help as well, because he's lifted that one over deep mid-wicket into the stands.
6 runs. Thank you for saving me.
I think Khan Sharma had hoped that everybody didn't see that one, but unfortunately the rest of us did.
No karma for Sharma.
No, the leg spinner just turning into the left-hander and right into the slot.
Very much so.
And I think you were saying, Tony, Russo hadn't had many big scores in this IPL. Well, he's got a chance for one now.
He does.
That one, it stands up. He cut straight to the man at cover. Will Jacks, that was, wasn't it? Had that sort of extra cover wide mid-off. That's who I'm thinking of. Reverse swept. Oh, there's an appeal for LBW, but probably hit him outside the line. I don't think it was coming back in.
It was all sliding down the offside, but he might have caught him in the mush, actually. Just got underneath the grill. And well, maybe
him
come
in the
in the throat. Yeah.
He might have cut it onto his own throat.
There's quite a bit of Khan Sharma, isn't there? He's not, the It's the most svelte of bowlers.
No, he's managed to get it.
Oh shit!
He's only managed to do that because, as you say, he's got a top edge and it's gone straight up. It's almost impossible to do that off his wrist almost, and it's caught him quite. It's no wonder he's struggling to breathe a little bit because it seemed to catch him right on the Adam's apple.
Oh, I hope he's all right.
On the windpipe, I'm sure he's probably a little bit winded.
It's an unusual one, yeah. But he seems to be compos mentis and with us.
He's a sapper. He's hard. He'll be fine.
Speaking of hard men of cricket, Bear.
Oh yeah, we're doing a podcast with one next week.
Richard Sydenham, author of a book called The Hard Men of Cricket, which I've been reading with great interest.
I don't think other sports would be particularly scared, do you? You know, if the hard men of cricket went up against the hard men of football or rugby.
Well, this is the interesting thing, which the definition of hard is quite a loose and wide one in the way they think about it. It's not just Brian Close. I mean, in my mind, I was going to sort of Ron Harris and Jimmy Case.
Because you think about hard in football, Tommy Smith, hard in terms of
Smith.
Fighting. Yeah.
Billy Bremner, maybe, although he was just
a git.
An angry Scotsman.
Just an angry little Scotsman. Yeah. So who were his examples of hard men?
Well,
of
yes,
cricket?
Brian Close is one of them.
Yeah.
Most definitely. He actually, although as if to disprove the case brilliantly, the misconception, he has Douglas Jardine in there just for his
of
pure,
course,
relentless
mental
aggression.
The mental, and the amount of criticism he took. Yeah.
So I don't want to give him away too much before the show, as it were. But it's a chat I'm looking forward to, and the fact he's called Sydenham. It's really bizarre. In the last two podcasts, we met with Andy Waugh, who was the founder of Sixes, who lives in Sydenham, just round the corner, literally just round the corner from the studio.
And next week, he didn't ask too much for expenses then, I hope.
No, we did it remotely, it being the cricket's best virtual pub. And then our next guest is Richard Sydenham is his name, so we got a real Sydenham theme going on. Just you can't, somebody said on our group,
get away from Sydenham.
You can't get away from Sydenham.
You can check out, but you can never leave.
The centre of the world of cricket.
Once you're in the Sydenham vortex, you're just sucked deeper and deeper in.
The black hole of Sydenham. Oh no, that's just South London.
Well, it's the South Circular.
Riley Russo is up and about, he's okay, and he's slammed that, he's going to be out, surely.
Yeah, it happens. You take a knock,
Take a knock, went for the same shot, next ball, clothed it really up to long on. Will Jacks has caught it out there, and the swing goes back in the other, pendulum swings back in the other direction, 107 for 3. Riley Russo is out for 61 off of just 27 balls, so that's a good innings, but he's got to go.
Got to feel a bit sorry for him there, to be honest.
Yeah.
He knew straight away he had got enough of it.
Yeah, and it was a poor ball. It was halfway down the wicket, and you think before he'd taken that knock, whether it's a concentration break or he was still a little bit discombobulated, I think he'd have put that in the stand. So that was a bit of a break for RCB.
Was indeed. But still, 107 for 3, 135 or 66, just around, hanging around to a ball.
He's
12.27 is the.
He's not walking off like a man who's just hit 61 off 27. He looks very disappointed.
Yeah, he does.
Well, disappointed, and I would imagine in some discomfort. A smack on the Adam's apple can be
quite
very,
painful.
very
no
dangerous.
joke. Yeah.
Isn't that how they used to do it in the old war films? Chop!
Oh,
to the old Adam's
How
apple.
does it go?
That was it.
Chop! Bless you. How does it go again?
Chop!
Bless you.
And they also did that in the old war films, like bang to the neck, and everyone pulled over.
That's
terrible.
right. Yeah.
Well, Swapnil has come into the.
He's already bowled. You don't need to do him.
Oh, don't I?
Yeah.
I probably didn't play his jingle anyway, so I won't bother. Jita Sharma is a new batsman. He won't have had a jingle before, obviously. I'll have to see if we have him. Down the track comes Shashank. Doesn't get to the pitch. Covers up for a change, and just defends it out to covers. And there is no run. He's an impact player as well as Jitesh. So they brought him in, the extra batsman. Must be explosive. I have no idea, but I will hand that thought over to Andy after this ball, who might actually have a knowledge of this thing. Shashank comes down the track, doesn't quite get there, but gets a nice little outside edge that beats the short third man and goes for 4 runs.
Well, he's a decent middle order batsman. He's not really, known for being super explosive. I mean, the impact sub now is just an extra player. It's not particularly someone who does anything in particular.
That defeats the object, doesn't it, of him being an impact player?
It does. It should just say EXT, extra player.
Yes.
Well, to be honest, if you
12th man, it should say. That one's a dot ball.
His impact in the last 2 games, which were both against CSK, of course, didn't bat in the first and got a golden duck in the second. Hardly an impact.
No, his first ball is...
No, it's still Shashank.
Oh yeah, of course it is. Yeah, Shashank hasn't faced a ball yet. It's a dot ball though, 17 off 11.
So all he's got to do is face a ball without being out, and he's improved on his last 2 performances.
Nice.
As Jitesh Sharma. That's a low bar. Let's see if he can clear it.
Going to change around the end of this over. Who's coming back? This one.
It's me.
Tony is going to be talking with Messers and Jack.
Oh, does that mean, are you going to stay there and just...
No, I'm not.
Oh, for fuck's sake, we have to just keep moving around.
Yeah, it's a bummer, isn't it? Over the top of the bowler. Toe end a bit. There is a man down at long on, and it will just be a single.
But might sneak another over in for 6 or 7, thanks largely to that wicket.
Yeah, this is the thing that slows them down, isn't it?
Yep. Well, particularly if you get a set batsman out.
Yeah, exactly. Bairstow was just getting going, and Riley Rousseau was going. You can sit down, and there's another ball yet, Tone. It doesn't take foot. There it is. Yeah, it works into the leg side. Bowler has to field off his own bowling. There isn't a mid-wicket. And they'll get a single. So, at the end, 10 to 114 for 3, requiring 128. So they got 114 off of 10. They need 128 off the last 10. Kind of on. Only got 7 wickets left. Shashank going along all right to 18 off 12. Jitesh is near to the crease, so it slows things down. I'm going to hand over to Tone, and he's going to be joined by Jack and Messi. I'll see you in a bit.
I don't think I've ever seen Tony so excited about shifting chairs. It's the drama in the studio is quite extraordinary. Complaining about moving from one chair to the next is a bit over the top, Tony, I've got to say. But never mind. Jack, how are you going? What's your prediction?
Depends whether this is core or goes to 6. Punjab are going to win.
Then.
6 runs.
Oh Lord, was that 6 off my first ball? I literally just missed 6 runs. Well, it was 6 runs from our friend Shashank, who was it was a horrible ball, sort of on a length, about thigh high, and he just hauled it high over square leg, all of the way. One of these.
2, 4, 6.
If you start an over with a 6, then that 12 and over looks a lot more achievable. That's pushed through a little bit more by our friend Mr. Khan. That's nudged out to a wideish mid-on, and they'll take a single. Meantime, we're going to get some Kohli stats for some reason. Oh, is that the...
Are we?
It's the ultimate team of the match has just appeared on the screen. That's edged up in the air. It's cleared. A very short third man and a backward point, and will go for 4 runs. Here we go. Where is it? Why don't we do this one, seeing as that's where it went. But feel free to talk over it, as I will just gently ease it down. We go on to Kohli cam. Hands are on that orange cap of his. Anguished look on face, as that one's defended by Jitesh Sharma, the impact sub, who in his last 2 games made no impact at all. with a did not bat and a golden duck. But today may be his day, Jack. It may be his day. Oh no, it won't be. He's been bowled
by the worst leg spinner in the entire tournament.
By apparently the worst leg spinner in the entire tournament. But did he get something on that, sort of an inside edge of some kind? I think he may have done. We'll let you know. It was an attempted hoik by Jitesh Sharma. Well, that's a decent leg break. It just beats him all end up. There's a horrible smear across the line, and well, they quite often do end up as wickets. It was an ugly as hell shot, and he's gone.
So get on your bike and take a hike right out of here.
So 5 runs when you're chasing 117 or 55 is not the impact that I suspect that the Punjab Kings had in mind.
He's having a tough old year, Jitesh Sharma, unfortunately for him.
He is.
Khan, the worst leg spinner of the tournament, has a Richie. He's on 2 for 22.
But it's a... Sorry, Messers, go on.
He reacted like Curtsy taking a wicket. It was so over the top.
Kurtzer. I'm sorry, is it Curtsy? Curtsy is like when you... When you're wearing...
Kurtzayer.
Bowing in your ball gown or whatever it might be. We need to find our friend Dr. Livingston, don't we? Here he is. And pushes that back towards the bowler on his first delivery. There is no run, our friend Mr. Khan. Finishes with a dot. So it's funny old licorice all sorts over. 11 off the first 3, 2 dot balls and a wicket to finish, or a dot wicket dot. It was, I think, a pretty good ball to a horrible shot that got rid of Jitesh Sharma. It's 125 for 4 off 11. They still need 117 or 54, Messers.
It's all quiet on the social front. I don't know if everybody's given up or they got too excited by seeing you shift chairs, Stanley. It was
well, that would do it for most people. I mean, that's just commentary porn. It shouldn't really be allowed for children to see it. We passed the watershed. Hopefully so. It's 125 for 4. What's that? Swapnil. In he comes. And it's nudged away by Shashank. Deep mid-wicket is, well, set deep, but they will only take a single. Is this the ball that... Yeah, that's the Jitesh Sharma shot. Jack, everything was wrong about that shot. Everything.
Yeah.
His head was in the air.
Yeah, he forgot to look at the ball.
Well, that was one thing. Oh, we're on to Kohli Cam. Kohli is punching the air. He's punching the ground. His orange cap is almost aflame with the passion that's going on underneath it. Extraordinary stuff. And Swapnil will restore a little bit of post-Kohli order. Oh, that's top edged straight.
Fucking hell, that's crap.
By Livingston. 2 short extra cover.
Oh, Jesus.
Livingston has gone for a golden duck, so no impact from him either.
Second ball.
Was it a second ball?
Jews.
Oh, I beg your pardon, Mr. Livingston. Swapnil has his wicket. Livingston's gone off, as Jack rightly says, the second ball.
Well, it's all gone tits up ever since Jack said they were going to win.
Well, it was. Who took the catch? It was safely pouched. I mean, I think any of us would have taken that, except possibly Bear, unless it was off his own bowling.
Oh, Gary Naylor wouldn't.
Never dropped a catch, apparently.
Yeah.
Is that true?
Anyway, Livingston, his sojourn at the crease in Himachal Pradesh Cricket Stadium in Dharamsala is a brief one with the bat, and it brings another England man in. 1 or 2 England players not warming up so well, really, for the soon to be upon us World T20s. The next man in, of course, is one of the Currans, Sammy. Let's see if I can find him. He's captain, isn't he, of the Punjab Kings? Where would he be? He's not here where you expect. Oh, here he is. I beg his pardon. Swapnil round the wicket. Curran punches him off the back foot. Is it going to beat the fielder? It is! Down at long off. They'll come back for 2. Any chance that Cameron Green, who is the man down there, had one of those long legs just slightly grazing the boundary sponge? No, nowhere near. As we look at that from the camera behind. How tall's Cameron Green, Messrs? He's about 6'6", isn't he?
6'7", I think.
6'7". Well, yeah,
Big.
he's a big lad. He's a big lad. Swapnil isn't such a big lad, but he's coming around the wicket, hauls this, drags this down a bit, and it's pulled powerfully, meaterly and effectively by Sam Curran through mid-wicket for one of these.
Just four.
110 or 50, just doable, but every wicket jack that goes down makes it just that little bit less likely. And then Sammy Curran not having a great... Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
Who's been, done his part in a couple of big partnerships down the order this year, and then after that it's a bit dubious, probably, isn't it?
We're looking at what Sammy Curran did in his last couple of games. 7 off 11 in the last match. This one is under-edged into the ground, fielded by Faf du Plessis. And there is no run. 26 not out in the first Chennai Super Kings game. What's been his top score of the season? He made 63 against Delhi Capitals in the first match of the season for the Punjab Kings. Onto the back foot goes Curran, slaps it on the bounce. I think that's out, and everything's falling over here. It was Faf du Plessis again at extra cover. Dinesh Karthik, or the renowned Eric Cantona lookalike, and Sam Curran seem to just fall over each other and collapse in a giant collective heap. Not pretty, and it's an excuse for a commercial break and a chance to catch up with
redundant. Our social media friends have decided that they're not going to talk to us at all, and I don't know what we've done to offend them, but
could be any number of
maybe
things, to be honest.
fed up with the
maybe
idea.
it was me changing chairs in a less than elegant manner. 132 for 5, 12 overs are complete. In comes Khan again, 2 for 22 for him. Shashank down on one knee, launches this like a rocket into the Dharamsala sky and then over the deep mid-wicket boundary for one of these. A few more of those and we'll be sitting up and paying attention, won't we? No.
There's a possibility anyway, isn't there?
Yeah, there is. It's the 4 wickets
Not
down.
big.
Dinesh Karthik.
Like 20%, something like that.
He's offering some words of advice to his bowler.
Well, Cricket Info reckons 3%.
Is that it? Is that all they're giving the Punjab Kings? Is it? In comes Khan over the wicket.
They are absolutely useless. They're
Worked
totally,
nicely off his legs and backward of square and takes a single. Shashank will move on to 33 and bring his captain, Sammy Curran, on to strike. So both the shots that have got the last couple of wickets were smears across the line. Well, one was an attempted flick off leg to a leg break that straightened quite a bit. Both have gone to leg breaks. Both were frankly pretty poor shots. That's chipped up in the air by Curran, but there is the man at mid-wicket is set very deep and is safe enough, and they should come back for 2. They might have to hurry, but they're safely in. I had to watch that Johnny Bairstow thing a few times when he leapt about 10 foot in the air, because I thought he'd long ago crossed the boundary. He was past the stumps when he made that jump. So I don't think there can have been any doubt that he was. He was
fine,
in. I thought
it's just Johnny being Johnny.
Down the track comes Curran. He's looking to force Khan into the offside. Khan, for a chunky fellow, is very nimble on his feet. And there's a chap in an orange cap who seems to have ambled onto the pitch and seems to be followed by the camera for no special reason. and we shall carry on and get back to the cricket.
The vagaries of TV coverage in India are way beyond us.
That is punched by Curran out to long on, and they'll take another single. So what have we had? It's 10 off the over so far, just the one dot ball. 142 for 5, exactly 100 needed by the Punjab Kings, off 43 with 5 wickets left. That's edged, it was thrown wide. He's going to get actually 4 for it, is Shashank. Nitin Menon from Indiray signals 4, and 4 runs down to third man it will be.
So that's the end of the over. Social media is still quiet, so it gives me an opportunity. I haven't been on with you before today, Tony, to tell you how much I enjoyed you being the interviewee rather than the interviewer when Forthy asked you to share your deep knowledge about jazz and blues. And I really enjoyed it.
Excellent.
Interested
I'm
in
glad
a
to hear
subject
that.
I hadn't really given thought to before. So thank you for that.
Well, it was a pleasure. I thoroughly enjoyed doing it, I must say. I've had a few comments of people saying they were surprised, not in a bad way. I'm relieved.
Surprised you were coherent for half an hour or what?
Well, no, just surprised. Revealing another string to my bow, or whatever the expression is. Right, we're going to see Wheelock here, who's got a very sharp haircut. He's back into the attack. He's going to be bowling to Sam Curran. Over the wicket he comes. It's full and on a length and nudged into the onside by Curran, who's already running a good sharp single taken. They're going to need more than singles though, you think, if that 3% light win probability is going to get more in their favour. 242.
But he does need to take singles to give Shashank the strike, because
well, he does.
Curran's got it, isn't he?
No, it is Shashank. Wouldn't be the first time this season he's come to the party. Next 3 batsmen, Ashutosh Harshal and Rul Chahar. Rul Chahar is not the man you want, really. Strike rate of 104. He's if we're down to him in the next couple of overs, then they've really got a problem. That was an attempted haul over backward square by Shashank. It bottom edges it rather, and they again just run a single. Jack, even under these circumstances, you've got to take every single you've got going, haven't you, if you can, even though you'd rather have boundaries?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, like, you're probably thinking about this from a batting point of view. If you need 13 and over, you're thinking I need to hit 2 boundaries and over, and then the rest of the runs, the 3.5, will take care of itself, and that's where the singles come in.
Yep, I would go along with that 100%. That's a good ball by Ferguson again. It will just be, they might come back for 2. They're going to have to push. It was pushed towards mid wicket, yes, and in fact they will come back for 2. Again, very, very sharp running indeed.
I feel like you've got to be playing more expansive shots, to be honest, though.
Well, we have
not Kyle Sharma. Shashank is down.
Shashank's down.
Holding
He's
his
done
shoulder.
his shoulder. Yeah. Now that I didn't see
would
how
change
that
the game.
happened. Well, hopefully he's not if he's dislocated it, then he's done, certainly for this game and possibly for the next couple. The physio will be on. It's not looking good, Jack. Let's have a look. Oh, let's see what exactly
Did he jam his
happens.
bat into the turf and...
No, he... to be
Faf
fair...
he body checked him.
Well, no, yes and no. Interesting. I'd like to. I'd like VAR to have a look at that, because I think Faf was surprised that he was coming towards him, and possibly to protect himself. But I grant you, it looked a lot like a body check. He turned his back sideways, so he got the point of the elbow and shoulder of Duplessis, and he ran pretty much straight into it. I'm not sure Faf had a real opportunity to get out of the way. I think his natural instinct just was, I'm about to be hit by something quite solid, I better brace. Is that the way you saw it, or did you think it was a little bit of have some of that?
I don't think he meant to clock him, did he?
No.
Maybe
Oh,
he
meantime,
could've
let's
done a little
hope.
bit
What
more
does
to
Virat think
not
of this,
clock
I
him.
wonder? We're going to have a look and see. He's, I think he's all right. He's got an ice pack now on that shoulder. Actually, I'm not sure he's all right.
He doesn't look all right.
No, he doesn't. He's still sat down on the ground.
If I saw that man in the street, I wouldn't say that man looks all right.
What, lying
I
down,
would say
sitting down on the pavement with an ice pack on his shoulder? No, possibly not.
Yeah. I would say that's a man who suffered a serious injury
to his shoulder. Well, we're going to have a look at it again, and I'm interested in the. I'm more interested, to be honest, in Faf when we see it. Yeah, Faf, I don't think was paying that much attention. Then all of a sudden, he's got.
I don't think either of them was. That's
Shashank
They're both looking the other way,
barreling towards him. Could Faf have got out of the way? Perhaps a younger Faf with quicker reactions might have done. But I don't think it was a body check.
No, I think I've changed my mind. He took him out on purpose.
You think really?
I think he's recognised that this was Punjab King's last hope, so he's taken measures into his own hands.
That's contentious.
Oh,
that's contentious.
Well, I've just seen a replay of it.
RCB are bottom of the fair play table, is there, when you see behaviour like that?
Well, that's interesting. Are they? Is that true?
Well, it was on the screen a second ago.
Oh,
yes,
was it? Well,
yeah, they are. I mean, I don't think
Virat.
Virat's helped that much, but that was, I just saw a proper replay of it for the first time on my screen, and
you think he did take him out?
I tend to agree with Jack. I think there's not malice of forethought, but absolutely no attempt by Faf to get out of the way.
Well, that we absolutely all agree on. He potentially in a split second.
Is he in your cricket hard men book? Faf, because he should be.
I don't think so. He might be after today. If Richard Sydenham does an update, he probably should for body checking Shashank there.
Yeah.
We're gonna. Is this? No, we're gonna watch it again. We're back and live. They take two. Throw comes in. I think they think they've got their man. Will Jacks it was who put in the throw.
Kohli, wasn't it? Jacks is over the stumps.
Well, if it was Kohli, the Kohli cam is going to go nuts, isn't it? The decision is pending.
Kohli, we'll never hear the end of it.
Well, we could have a run out though.
Well, he got an amazing one in the last game, didn't he?
Let's have a look. We're seeing it now. He's short. He's short. He's short. The ball's hitting the stumps. He's gone. Both stumps are out their little cradlelettes. And that, under the circumstances, possibly everybody rushes to pat, cuddle, slap, and generally have some form of physical contact with the magical orange-capped Kohliness. To be fair, it was a fabulous piece of fielding. He came from where was he? Backward square? Oh, I mean, wideish mid-on, I guess. And on the dive, he dived and threw at the same time. That was a brilliant piece of fielding, Jack.
It was fantastic. Absolute brain dead cricket from Sam Curran, though. Like trying to take a 2 when you need 3 a ball and running out the only batter on your team capable of winning the match from here. Think it through.
Shashank Singh, I'm afraid, has to trudge off. Not a great day for him, really. Got body checked by the considerable weight of Faf du Plessis, and literally with 2 balls later, he's run out by a brilliant piece of fielding by Virat Kohli. Ferguson's going to be into Curran. He steers straight to mid-off again. The throw comes in. This one, no overthrows, but doesn't connect with the stumps. It's a single. 152 for 6 is Ashutosh Sharma, who does have a decent strike rate, 172. Got 162 off his 7 innings so far. I'll have a look at if there's anything else interesting in his stats. I thought he was a bit slow, wasn't he? To be honest, he seemed to almost slow up, did Shashank.
Maybe he couldn't be bothered with all the running.
Well,
so this game's over.
That could
I've
be it.
dislocated my shoulder, I'm off.
Well, I don't think he's dislocated it, but he certainly was quite bruised. And maybe that did affect him. Now we got another injury. Ashutosh is holding his side. They're dropping like flies. It's like the Somme messes. What's going on?
Oh, well, I don't actually remember the Somme, even though you might think I do.
You said that, not me.
I think it's RCB are clearly...
You're too old to fight at the Somme, weren't you? Boer War.
Yeah, that's right.
The relief of Mafeking. I'll tell you all about that.
RCB are just deploying all their dirty tricks, and they're proudly claiming their spot at the bottom of the fair play table. I think that's what it is.
Well, it's entertaining. Whether it's genuinely effective, I don't know. I think it should be effective for them today.
Yeah.
Ashutosh
anyway. Says the boring middle overs. So DRS, VAR, similar, favours batters or bowlers fielding team. Well, I don't think DRS favours anybody. I think it probably favours bowlers in a way that they wouldn't have been favoured previously. But I think it's just pretty fair.
Well, this is quite an interesting move from Faf, because he's going to bring Mohammad Siraj back into the attack. Ashutosh steers in for a single out towards mid-off, and it finally is... hang on. No, it's first ball the next day, isn't it? God, the captions are slow. It's quite well run too. We're watching a different angle for the run out, aren't we? Including an excellent shot from, I think, the umpire cam of Virat's dive and simultaneous seamless movement throw. Oh, and he gives it a theatrical bow at the end by taking the orange cap off. And the full sweeping theatrical bow to accompany it. Well done him. It's never dull when you've got Virat out there, have you?
It's
always
just
something
a
happening.
Show, isn't it?
Well, it is a show. Cricket as entertainment.
Yeah, but
this is entertainment where cricket is the vehicle.
Speaking of entertainment, I liked your description of your dinner, Jack. I want to know what the price was at the end.
That's a full toss by Siraj at the outside of past the off stump of Karam, which he pushes out towards mid-on, gets a single.
You'll have to ask Visit Barbados for the answer to that one, Jez.
Oh, well, I mean, Antigua did a much better job then. They gave Norcross a meal, but then he had to do really quite sickly sweet interviews with the four sirs about how wonderful Antigua was.
That's launched high by Ashutosh. That's into the second tier of deep backward square, and that wasn't the best ball that Mohammad Siraj is going to bowl. He looks angry. Ashutosh has got 6 runs, and he moves on to 7. Possibly too little, too late, but nonetheless, one of these.
Oh, I say, champ, give me any lip.
And possibly proves the Norcross theory of the faster flight of the ball in the more rarefied atmosphere.
That's not how it works. Just to be clear here, that's not how it's the Magnus effect is what you're thinking of.
Hang on one second.
Norcross.
That one's onto the back foot. So just defended really out to the offside, but they'll take a single. It's the what
ball
effect,
when it's
Jack?
hit, the Magnus effect.
Magnus.
So when the ball is hit, the ball has spin on it, and that creates drag, which pulls the ball back to earth. When there's less air, there's less drag, so the ball goes further, even though you've hit it the same hardness. Like if the ball isn't flying through the air hundreds of miles an hour quicker, like at very most, you're looking at a mile an hour. If you hit the ball 100 miles an hour over 30 meters, it might be a mile an hour quicker than if you were at Lord's.
And that ball flies past the outside edge and was given as wide by umpire Nitin Menon, who, calculating the physical drag and force exerted on the ball by the atmospheric conditions, realised that was definitely wide. Oh, which I might jingle at some point.
So I'd say not for the first time, maybe Daniel Norcross was talking about something that he didn't fully understand.
Well, do you know? Yes.
That's shocking to hear. Oh my God! Surely not. That couldn't be true.
When we did the very fun the Percy Fender discussion, which was great fun. It was great fun to do, and a fabulous story. But Percy got the fastest ever first class 100. Still has it. And Dan, in all earnestness and seriousness, was going, when you think about the size of the boundaries at the Oval, which then were still just as big as they are now, that makes it even more remarkable. We're going, yeah, it was at Northampton. But there we go. but there we go. 163 for 6.
You were so kind not to point that out.
I didn't. Exactly. I didn't at the time. I thought, no, because that would just no, I'm not that mean. I don't, I'm all for technical accuracy, but, I just thought I'll let it hang there.
I'm not really angry that the Magnus effect and the ball travelling faster through the air. I've been confused. But if
is it named after the Magnus? Who is it named after, the Magnus effect? And don't say somebody called Magnus. As this one's pushed to
Magneto from X-Men.
Oh, was it really?
Of course it was.
Right, okay. Not Magnus Magnuson.
Yeah.
Who I once gave a lift to in my car. Not quite Clive Lloyd, I grant you, but I have. In fact, I managed to do more of his Telegraph crossword than he did. And he was supposed to be the question master of Mastermind at the time, so what does that tell you? 164 for 6.
Suraj's bowling has been very ordinary tonight, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. I mean, it's been a funny old over. To be fair, he's only been hit for the one big hit. That's full. That looks like it's going to be given out. Ooh. It is. It was full. It was on leg stump. And as if to say, Messers, you don't know what you're talking about, you blithering fool. He has got himself a wicket immediately. His shortcomings were pointed out by a man in a cave thousands and thousands of miles away. And it's a wicket gone. 164 for 6. Have they reviewed it? Surely not. It looked pretty plump. Well, they have reviewed it.
Yeah, they did review, yeah.
It was certainly leg stump, well, sort of middle and leg. That's got to be out. If it's been given out, even if it was umpire's call, it's still out. Out. That's not out, but that's out. If you want my opinion.
Yeah. Yep.
Or Mickey Flanagan. Was it Mickey Flanagan who always
Why
does
is he wearing
going out
different
or out?
boots?
Why is he wearing different coloured boots? I think that's just the flashes on his boots.
They've all got odd trousers on as well, depending on whether they're left or right-handed batters. It's a stupid franchise. I'm glad they're getting knocked out.
Yeah.
Get rid of Punjab.
Right. Well, it pitches on middle. It's hitting in line, and as I said, or we said collectively, umpire's call, because it was moving from off to leg. Umpire Nitin Menon raises his finger. Siraj says, "Don't you diss me, messy Jez." Gets his wicket. The Punjab Kings need 78 off 30. We're going to go into the last 5 overs in the company of Andy Ward, the Bear, and who's with you? Who? Anindo. Well, what a trio!
I'll catch you all next week.
That's the
Thanks,
Peter,
gentlemen.
Paul, and Mary of Guerrilla Cricket.
Thank you, Messi.
Well, just so many shocking revelations in the last 20 minutes. It turns out that Dan Norcross is not an expert atmospheric scientist. I mean, who would have guessed?
Sorry, I'm just dealing with the revelation that you three are Peter, Paul and Mary.
Yeah, I was wondering which one was which. And also, I am generally opposed to the celebration police, which is quite a thing on football Twitter. Oh, you're not allowed to celebrate that much. But Virat Kohli's celebration of a run out in a game that they'd already won and doesn't count for anything, I thought was a bit much. Sam Curran gets...
It could count theoretically.
Sam Curran dabs one out to deep mid-wicket. Punjab Kings need 6s. Of all the players who have faced 150 balls in this year's IPL, Sam Curran is rock bottom in terms of number of 6s he has hit, so it's not looking too good. He's on strike again, and that one, I'm sure he's somehow got an edge, whizzed past short third man who wasn't expecting it, and he's got 4 somehow.
floor. And one more fall than the four before. That's what fours are for. To get funky on the dance floor.
So,
He
Anindo,
looked like he was facing Jimmy Anderson.
yes, he did a bit, or you know, Brett Lee or someone. RCB, much maligned by many of us this year, are on course to win 4 in a row. But
with good reason.
But does that say a lot about the teams they're playing against, maybe? Oh, and Lockie Ferguson's got a pole as well. That might have been an inside edge by Sam Curran onto his leg stump.
Beat the pace.
I'm not sure he was, actually. I think he held that one back a little bit, but it was too good for Ickle Sammy Curran, who can go back to the under-12s. It's 170 for 8. Hopefully, he'll have the good measure to take these last 2 wickets and get us out of here.
Oh, I bloody hope so.
Yes, held it back.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Yeah, there's been a lot of that today. After I said Lockie Ferguson had no subtlety, he's got 2 wickets with slower balls.
He does have a slow ball, it's quite obvious, and when he gets it going, it's quite effective. But in like all these things, I don't know. On fast wickets, you want to be out well fast.
It's been the commentators' curse in reverse.
Yes, a great deal. Yes, yeah. Now what are they doing? They're all pointing at their watch. As
seriously,
fucking timeout. Fuck's sake.
Of course, got to get it in before the end of the game.
Ugh.
Waste 2.5 minutes. Oh yeah,
see it's paid enough money.
No one's getting in touch with us on social.
Everyone's given up on this one, and rightly so, to be honest. I mean, the last knockings of a game and the last knockings of a tournament. But as I was saying before, and if this was an 8-team tournament, 56 games finishes the league stage, and we'd be just time for the playoffs now, which feels a lot more appropriate than having to slog through another 10 games from here.
Well, I guess they figured that sell much more advertising.
Well, of course. I mean, it's no secret. It's no secret why, but I think they have hurt the quality of the tournament.
They're making money. That's the reason why they're having the tournament.
Yeah.
I mean, that's it. I mean, like I pointed out in my article, I hate to bring that up, but it's not about cricket. It's not about the quality of what you want to watch or the quantity even of what you want to watch.
No, but I think
it's about making a group of people happy who love watching bowlers getting beaten up, and you've got a bunch of administrators and a bunch of sponsors who are getting money.
But I think it can hurt. It can hurt in the long run. I think it's hurt the Big Bash. They thought it was a good idea to have more games, and they're going back the other way now.
As John Maynard Keynes said, we're all dead in the long run.
Yeah, don't fucking start me off on Keynes. Yeah, he and everyone he was talking to is now dead, and we're in the long run, which is why everything is so shit. Honestly, I think he is the worst person ever.
He was just telling the truth, and he died.
Yeah, but that was his justification for his bullshit theft and lies. And he was a deviant paedophile.
I mean, you. It's a bit much calling him the worst person ever when you have a long list.
No, it's not. Well, okay, maybe it is, but I still think many of our problems today are down to MMT and what's happened to the money. And it's absolute bullshit from top to bottom.
Oh, you mean Keynesian economics?
Keynesian economics, yes. If you can even use it's like military intelligence, if you can even use the two words together.
Well, isn't economics one of those it's a full science, basically?
Yeah, it is. It's
predicated on
physics envy, yeah. They want to put everything in equations.
Yeah.
But you can't. Anyway, that was an unexpected... Like I say, I wouldn't have brought that up myself, but Anindo did mention the worst person in history, and that kind of set me off.
Money is a trust system.
I mean, I spent my they were ill spent, I guess, in studying economics. So
for sure, it's all taught at universities. Yeah, it's the worst.
I always get it wrong. Ferguson is going to come in to
charge ball by ball, if you don't mind.
Oh yeah, sorry. All right.
See, you made me angry now. And he played it down the wicket and there's no run.
Yeah, okay.
Well, like I say, hopefully Hopefully this game, I hate to go full Aaron Green, but hopefully this game will be over soon and we can all go home, because we had 20-minute rain break as well, didn't help.
Yeah, it's just about 7 o'clock, so if it finished now, it'd be about the same time as they normally do when they're quite close. So that would be quite handy.
He's Lockie again, bowling to Chahar. He's way too quick for him. It may be a wide, it might have bounced too high.
I think when they're going to lose terribly, they don't bother.
Well, that's... I'm surprised the batting team don't review just to waste more of our time, but he didn't actually give it wide. But yeah, it was a slight strange one from that Duplessis and Shawshank thing.
No, I think the thing is, you don't see the depth. You only see it from that one angle. I think the place is actually quite deep.
Flashed away by Chahar, and there's no one down there. He's going to get third man. It's the end of the over. It's 174 for 8.
Oh yeah, see, I think he's quite deep, and actually he thinks that Shashank should probably be looking where he's going, because he's quite wide as well. He's deep and he's wide, and it's like, why is he coming over here? And he suddenly looks back and sees him coming, and then just braces. I think Tone's about right. I mean, we're seeing it in slow-mo, and it's still reasonably quick. So I think Shashank was actually ball watching, is what I think.
Yeah, but I do think there is room. There should be an evil franchise. There should be one franchise should be the bad guys, and well, perhaps it is RCB. But one franchise should really go out to be the black hats, the pantomime villains.
Like in wrestling,
but
you mean?
Yeah, exactly.
They have the ranking of the fair play or the whatever. So whoever comes in last.
Well, that is RCB. It is RCB at the moment. Yeah.
Yep.
The bad boys of the IPL.
That's chipped out towards deep square leg, and Lockie Ferguson takes the catch. So just one more to go. Slightly over his right shoulder. Or is that Cameron Green's coming over to glad hand him. Decent catch by Ferguson. He made it look quite easy, and Harshal Patel gets a golden duck for his trouble.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
I think at least this year, I think I've had more exciting games than I've had any other year, and that's about 2 out of about 7.
We've had a couple of good ones.
Yeah, we've had a couple of good ones. Normally I get no good ones.
Last week was good.
Yeah, last week was good. And a couple of weeks before that was good when Punjab Kings chased down.
Yeah.
That was a good one.
Well, hopefully this one will finish on time with 4 overs to go, which is for once not down to slow over rates, but a rain break. Because they are 9 wickets down and now arse deep. Number 11, they're going to get 68 off 23, and I wonder if all the win predictors have finally got down to 0% yet, because it is 0%.
Oh well, Minnows has been in touch and says CSK will lose against RR and RCB. RCB will win their remaining matches and will qualify for the playoffs.
Oh, nothing like a bit of optimism.
Yes.
Here comes Siraj. That might be it. I think he got an edge on that. It was a little bit too high for Kartik, who couldn't quite reach it. A bit of bants between batsman and bowler. No, well, the umpire disagrees with me, and he's closer to it. He's called it a wide. Don't review this, or I will kick the TV in.
Actually,
don't kick my telly in. Just
he looks like a number 11. He really looks like a number.
Yeah, well, a fast Yorker, and you'll get him.
That is the thing. You don't. Number 11s don't have so much of a role to play in T20 as they do in longer form.
Rarely do I have anything to say in an ODI. Occasionally.
Very occasionally. Yes, occasionally in Test match, but sometimes a big impact. Just look at Ashton Agar. I know that was the biggest in history from a number 11, but straight through Rao Chahar, too quick. Siraj can't believe it's missed the stumps. But it has, and on we go.
They still went on to lose that test, didn't they?
It's fun though. You've seen a number 10 and a number 11 who look exactly like number 10 and number 11 that we've always known in cricket.
Well, there was Jack Leach's famous 1 not out was number 11.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, you can get these little cameos.
In a T20 it requires generally your number 11 to be able to smash sixes.
I suppose it has been done occasionally, but I can't think of any off the top of my head. That's a Yorker and digs it out. Chahar going to get through for 1. So Punjab Kings will officially be eliminated when they lose this game, and RCB, some of the fans still like their chances, but they've got to win every game, hope a bunch of results go against them. I mean, almost every result. It may still be impossible because of teams playing each other, I'm not sure.
Yeah, well, that's it. If any of those CSK, DSC or LSG are playing, either of them are playing one game, that knocks them out then, doesn't it? No, then
it's LSD now.
Yeah, on LSD, where they were playing yesterday.
Chipping out, man. Cool, yeah.
Here comes Siraj, looking for a cheap wicket. And he doesn't get it. This ball, it's clumped out to mid-wicket by Arshdeep, and the fielder picks it up and there's no run.
Arshdeep can swing a bat, he says really enthusiastically.
No, everyone can swing a bat. It's can you hit the ball with it?
Not enough. Oh, that's Trevor Bayliss.
And Andy Flower, who's doing a bit better with RCB now. He'll say, my strategies are just kicking in. That's that's what it is.
Just at the end.
Yeah.
We're peaking just at the right time.
So you must give me another contract for next season. Got a slip in here. That's how much they fancy this one. And it does go vaguely in that direction, but actually past backward point, and he's going to get 4 for that one, Arshdeep. He swung a bat on that one.
That is impressive, I have to say, actually, to get it down there for a number 10. I mean, he just sort of stuck his bat out and connected.
2 + 2 is on man.
He was going the wrong way.
So what exactly is impressive about that? Explain to me there. He was looking.
They actually got a bat on it at number 10.
Extending his bat out. So the ball hit the bat and it went between fielders. Part of that was impressive from Arshdeep.
Well, yeah, because it's Arshdeep mainly. I mean, he actually managed to get a bat on it is impressive. I mean, he was going the wrong way and then kind of threw it, and actually to have the coordination to get the bat down in the arc of the ball is quite impressive.
Well, here comes Siraj, his last chance to take another wicket, the last ball of his spell. And he could have a good chance to hit it way up in the air, and it must be out. Yes, it is. Fielder falls over, and we get a bit of time off for good behaviour. So Punjab Kings are bowled out for 181. They had 3 overs left, although they still needed 60+ runs, which is
still had me wake until midnight.
Yes, so RCB win by 60 runs. Their slim playoff hopes are still just alive, and they've given their run rate a bit of a boost, but 240 with that 92 from Virat Kohli was always, we thought, going to be too many for Punjab unless someone really got going. Russo did, and he got a fortunate blow to the throat and was out the next ball, and that was pretty much the end of it after that.
Yeah, well, Johnny B looked threatening for a little while and then got out as well, didn't he?
Yeah.
Too early.
He hit a few good shots.
Yeah, Shashank hit a few good shots and he got shoulder barged by Faf.
I don't think he was out either next ball or the one after
shortly
as well.
after, yeah, he was.
Yeah. RCB are the hardest men in cricket. They're beating up the opposition and then they get out the next ball.
We were too short making bingo.
No, we lost in bingo again.
Yeah.
Why am I not surprised?
Funny that. We always have shit things like we need to get
you need a UFO to land on the pitch on ball 19.3.
I needed a caught and bowled and a buy off any of the last 3 balls.
Buy off a free hit, yeah.
Fucking hell. Anyway, that's it for us, isn't it? For another week, and we're still going with group games next week.
Yeah,
last group game, I presume.
It was one of the last ones. I think it was Sunrisers against. It was definitely Sunrisers. Can't remember who it was against. It might have been Mumbai actually, but it will be one of the last group games. Then finally we'll be into the playoffs the week after that. We should be covering most, if not all, of those. England start the T20 series against Pakistan. The World Cup is not far away. Don't worry, there is lots more T20 to be played in the next forever. In the meantime, anything to add, Anindo?
No, just say good night.
Good night to you. You can get to your much needed rest.
Thank you. See you, folks.
Yeah.
Indeed. And with that, we shall say good night.
We'll see you
God
next
bless.
week. Yep.
And we'll see you next Thursday for exactly the same thing. Hopefully a better game. You never know. Until then, goodbye.
Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin.